All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome if you are new. Thank you so much for joining me today. And thank you, as always, for waiting patiently as more people file in and the show actually starts. We certainly have some unexpected topics to talk about today. The main topic of discussion, or one of the main topics, is going to be on this Sony hack that has yet to be officially confirmed by Sony. We actually did get a statement from Sony, or IGN, I should say. Actually got a statement from Sony. It's nothing major. Again, still no confirmation, but I want to talk to you guys about this potential hack and what it could mean. There's a lot of concern, obviously, and one of the big things that people want to know is, if you're somebody who plays on PlayStation, is this going to affect the customer? Is this going to be similar to the 2011 PlayStation Network hack? We're going to talk all about that. We're going to talk about how this hack could potentially, there's big question marks here. This hack could potentially lead to some very significant leaks regarding Sony and PlayStation. I've seen a lot of people talking about that. So yeah, we're going to discuss that. We're going to talk about PlayStation Plus and subscription services in another topic. The reason being is apparently it's becoming less popular for publishers to put their games onto these services day one. We have a pretty well-known publisher that has also been known to put their games onto these services, making it clear that they're going to be doing it less so going forward, and they've actually been rejecting offers and whatnot. And I think it just leads to an interesting conversation about what might be changing in the subscription landscape in gaming. We're going to be talking about, and we actually might talk about this topic before the PlayStation Plus topic because it's very relevant. Video game actors, voice actors and mocap actors, and maybe writers as well, they might be getting ready to go on strike. We have an update on this situation, and Wolverine specifically, Marvel's Wolverine being developed by Insomniac Games for PlayStation, when we're focused on PlayStation, could be impacted by this. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk just a little bit about The Last of Us. Maybe it is The Last of Us Day. I almost called it Outbreak Day, but I just remembered they don't call it Outbreak Day anymore. They call it The Last of Us Day. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. Another major topic that we're going to discuss over the course of this stream has to do with Capcom. Capcom recently came out and talked about whether or not they would be open to being acquired. And I think it just leads to another interesting conversation about industry consolidation. And I think this is something we're going to continue to hear more going forward. We're going to hear publishers coming out and letting us know whether or not they actually are willing to be acquired or not. We're going to talk about that. And we're also going to talk, if we have time, a little bit about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. So, yeah. Before we get into any of these topics, though, there are a couple of things I want to say to you guys. First and foremost, once again, thank you for watching the content. If you enjoy my content, if you are somebody who enjoys all of these streams and you want to continue to see more of these streams and continue to come back to the channel and hang out, there are a couple of ways you can show your support for my content, specifically with the streams. Simply hitting that like button. We're already at 50 likes, which is great to see. So thank you guys for that. Hitting the like button not only lets me know you enjoy the content and the streams and want more of them, but it directly helps with YouTube's algorithm. So take a second, hit that like button for me. If you want to go above and beyond to show direct support to my channel, there are 3 ways you can do this. I know many of you already know this, but for any new viewers, it's important for me to say this. You can become a channel member. By doing so, you gain access to exclusive members-only content. You gain access to exclusive emojis that only members can use in the chat as well as in comments. If you are already a channel member, please consider gifting channel memberships. That's something we continue to do here on the channel. Not only does it really support me in a very significant way, but it also, in a way, supports the community by giving out memberships to people and bringing them on board. And it's a great thing we do here. We have a very generous community. So if that's something you want to get on board with, please consider doing that. Or you can do what Pragmatic Cat has done here and what many others do. You can donate a super chat. Donating a super chat not only supports me and my channel directly, but it's different, very different from becoming a member or gifting channel memberships. It essentially makes it so you can ask a question, you can give an opinion, you can make a statement, you can say usually whatever you want in a super chat. So consider doing that if it interests you. And before we get into the first topic, a big thank you and shout out to this community and everybody who continues to support the channel. But I'm going to read Pragmatic Cat's super chat. Thank you for the $5. You're saying, how strange Sony gets hacked days after the Microsoft leak. Say, doesn't PlayStation use Microsoft Azure servers? I mean, that's certainly conspiratorial. I'm sure, some of those conversations are happening. The timing is definitely interesting, right? It's crazy to think that we got one of the biggest leaks in gaming history last week with Microsoft. And even with us being, a PlayStation community here that's mainly focused on PlayStation, it was impossible not to put all of the focus on that Xbox leak because of just how significant it was, how the things we were learning were just things that were never meant to be made public. And we got more insight from that Microsoft leak than I think we've ever gotten, honestly, when it comes to these big platform holders and publishers. So that is interesting that now, a week later, we're hearing that apparently Sony got hacked. And I'm actually going to read the details to you guys. We're going to dive into the first topic here. I want to give you the details of what's going on with this hack. I did talk about this in my video yesterday, but for those of you who may have missed it, here's what's going on. This is being reported by VGC. They say ransomware group ransomed.vc claims to have successfully breached Sony Group and is threatening to sell a cache of data stolen from the Japanese company. While its claims remain unverified, Cybersecurity Connect reports that the relative ransomware newcomer has racked up an impressive amount of victims since bursting onto the scene last month. We have successfully compromised all of Sony's systems, the group claimed on both the clear and dark web. We won't ransom them. We will sell the data due to Sony not wanting to pay. Data is for sale. According to Cybersecurity Connect, the group has posted some proof of hack data, although it says this is not particularly compelling information on the face of things. It includes what appears to be screenshots of an internal login page, an internal PowerPoint presentation, several Java files, and a file tree of the leak, which seemingly includes fewer than 6,000 files. The group listed a post date of September 28th, after which, if nobody purchases the data, is presumably when ransom.vc will publish the data wholesale. Ransom.vc is said to be both a ransomware operator and a ransomware as a service organization. So there are some very important things to take note of with this information and what's being said. First off, they make it clear that Sony is not going to pay this group to get this information back, to get these files back. And some people might be wondering, well, why wouldn't Sony do that? Surely Sony can afford it. They can pay the money, they can get the files back, and everything's good, right? Well, the reason why they're not going to do that is because if you pay these people, you're sending a clear message that you can get away with it, that you can do this. And it's actually going to encourage many other groups to do things like this because it's like, hey, if they can do it and they can get paid, we can do it too. So it's sending a clear message that if your goal is to try to get money for doing something like this, you're not going to get money, at least not from the company that you're stealing this data from. So that's one thing to take away from this. The second thing to take away is how many files have leaked here. Something that seems to be made clear is that it's 6,000 files, and that is not a lot. Seemingly, that's not a lot. And this is why a lot of people are looking at this and they're questioning, is this really something that's that significant? Is this really something that Sony is going to be worried about, that we should be worried about? Because for a company as big as Sony, as many moving parts as they have, 6,000 files is not a lot. That's not, I mean, it is potentially significant because it depends on what is contained in those files, but it's not a lot, comparatively speaking. So that's a second really significant takeaway here. And then the third is that the post date is going to be the 28th, so 2 days from now. Now, I think it's safe to say that 2 days from now, Sony's not going to purchase this data back. And I now want to let you guys know what Sony had to say. So this is being reported by IGN. They say Sony has said it launched an investigation after a ransomware group claimed to have breached the company's systems. Cybersecurity Connect reported that a ransomware group calling itself ransom.vc claimed it had breached Sony Group and threatened to sell stolen data. We have successfully compromised, so blah, blah, blah. We just read that. While the claims are unverified at this stage, Cybersecurity Connect and ransom.vc posted proof of hacked data that includes screenshots of an internal log page, and we read this as well. So I guess they're just putting all the information here. Did they not post an update? Hold on. This is very annoying because I specifically clicked this link from IGN where they said that Sony provided a really quick. I just went over to Twitter. Naughty Dog announced The Last of Us Day, celebrating the outbreak. To celebrate the 10th anniversary of The Last of Us, Pearl Jam has collaborated with Naughty Dog for their annual Halloween shirt, and it has a big clicker face on it, and above it, it says Pearl Jam. So Naughty Dog in direct collaboration with Pearl Jam. Do we have any Pearl Jam fans here? That's, it's obviously nowhere near as interesting or exciting as getting information on a new game, but pretty funny. Pretty funny. I mean, there you go. If you're a Pearl Jam fan and a Last of Us fan, there's a shirt there for you. Let me go see what... So, yeah, IGN posted here, if I can find it, unless it's been deleted, which I don't think it was. Yeah, so Sony has said it launched an investigation after a ransomware group claimed to have breached the company's systems. In a statement issued to IGN, Sony said, quote, "We are currently investigating the situation and we have no further comment at this time," end quote. So it's not a significant update, of course, but it's just Sony acknowledging that, yeah, they're looking into this. They're going to obviously figure out the severity of this, the legitimacy of it. And when they do, they will likely provide another statement saying STP greater than Pearl Jam. I actually do like Stone Temple Pilots way more than Pearl Jam. I like Pearl Jam in passing. Like when I hear their songs on the radio or something, or they pop up in a playlist, I'm listening to it usually. With Pearl Jam, I'm more of a fan of their hits, and I'm not really into their entire discography. I can't say that word, but all of the material they've made. And then actually you're saying Alice in Chains greater than STP, greater than Pearl Jam. Ooh, that's a tough one. I love Alice in Chains as well. I love them. I still think I would, for me personally, I still think I would put Stone Temple Pilots ahead of Alice in Chains, but that's very close. Very, very close. Oh, STP is slaughtered to prevail. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I could see where that comes in. Anyway, getting a little bit off topic there. You guys are trying to do it. You're trying to derail me already with the music talk. Which I don't mind. I love talking about music. But yeah, so I want to get deeper into this discussion because if something significant is going to come of this, it's going to happen in the coming days. I want to talk about how this could be a big deal for PlayStation games and PlayStation Studios, depending. Anime for Entertainment, a member for 5 months, says Sony needs to hold a showcase before they leak it all. Yeah, that's what's kind of funny. I've been seeing people kind of replying to this leak and being like, man, I guess Sony is going to do another showcase now, right? I guess they have to. I don't know that that's the situation. No one really knows this except for Sony, right? Assuming that Sony can figure out the 6,000 files that were stolen. It would be really, look, I'm going to get into it in a second to give my thoughts on what I could see it happening here. We have Treble Champ. Thank you so much for the super chat, bud. You're saying, MBG, just dropping in to say, I love what you do. I've been watching you for a long time, and you brought me through lockdown and some tough times. You're a legend, and more people think that than don't. So big heart there. I really appreciate that, man. That's very, very kind of you. Not only are you showing support, but you're saying kind words here. And yeah, I mean, we've been growing this community for some time, man, and I think it's just getting stronger. I think it's getting better. I think that all around the channel, even though I know some people are like, dude, when are you going to hit 100K? Don't get me wrong. There's some improvements that need to be made in terms of how I can continue to grow the channel. But in terms of growing the community and creating a community that is, I would say, very engaged while simultaneously very supportive of one another and very passionate as well. I think we've really been doing some great work here, and I think it's only going to get better going forward. And Treble Champ, for all the kind words you're saying to me, I got to, give it right back to you, man, because if it wasn't for individuals like you and pretty much everybody who comes by the channel, watches the content, if it wasn't for you guys, there would be no channel here. There would be no content being made. So really appreciate that, man. And also shout out to the year 2020 when it comes to PlayStation. Obviously, that was a very tough year for everyone, but it was really cool. You guys helped me just as much during that time, because even though I was creating the content, it was you guys showing up to that content and showing a lot of interest in it that kept me motivated, kept me going. And yeah, 2020 2020 as a whole was not a great year, but it was dramatically improved with the launch of the PS5 and the community being able to come together and celebrate that. So thanks again, man. And we have Laurent. Laurent returns to the stream and he says, you know what? Let's start with a membership gift here today. Laurent showing more support. Thank you so much for that, man. And we also have Jay Pierce. Jay Pierce follows up Laurent. So these guys are both gifting memberships, bringing us to 2 memberships gifted, which is awesome to see. Let's get some W's in the chat for Laurent and Jay Pierce.
Thank you.
I got to give you guys a thank you for that. And then we have Josh Z with a $10 super chat. He says, I have been saying for weeks and weeks that Japanese companies would never sell to Americans. I know enough about Japanese culture to know they keep to themselves, even if it means business failure. Yeah, that's true, Josh. You have been saying that. We've been talking extensively on the channel about potential consolidation and, studios and publishers that would potentially want to be acquired. And you've been saying, and I've seen other people saying similar things, where it's just when it comes to these Japanese gaming companies, they will never sell to, they're not looking to sell most of the time straight up, but especially when it comes to selling to somebody like Microsoft, an American company, they're just not going to do it. And you're going as far to say here that they would rather see their business fail and go down with honor. I feel like that is the culture, right? Even I'm not from Japan. Obviously, I've never been to Japan. And I would say I'm only somewhat familiar with, the nuances of their culture. But one thing that I feel like I do know is that they definitely care about being honorable, right? That's a big thing in Japanese culture. And it's just something that's so ingrained. It's not just about, a certain group of people that operate that way. Even with these corporations and these companies and these executives, it goes that far. It extends that far, which I think is pretty cool. I think it's pretty admirable. And we have Corey, the legend Landiga. He returns. He returns early in the stream this time. And he says, you know what? Let's drop 5 membership gifts for this community. Corey, The legend is doing it again. Let's get some W's in the chat for the legend Landiga. Thank you so much for that, man. Thank you, Corey, as well as everybody else for your continued support with the memberships. I've been noticing lately that we have new people gifting more frequently, and you can clearly see that people are wanting to pay it forward and just show that generosity, not just to me, but to the community. And it's a very, very cool thing to see. And I have no doubt that people like Corey and actually and all you guys who've been gifting for a long time now have absolutely inspired that. So it's a very cool thing to see, man. So shout out to you, Corey. We have, and Josh, thank you for the super chat, man. I can't wait to dive deeper into that topic, talk about Capcom and whether or not they would like to be acquired. Although I think we all kind of know what their answer was there, Josh. And we have Shadow Gamer 24. Shadow Gamer 24 says, you know what? I want to drop a membership gift today as well. Shadow Gamer also paying it forward. You guys have a bit of a membership train going here. That actually brings us up to 8 members on the day. I'm going to update that so you can see where we are.
Thank you.
Let me give you a thank you for that, man. So yeah, almost to 10 memberships gifted already, which is awesome to see. Shadow Gamer 24, thank you for that, bud. We have Josh with a super chat as well. He says, not sure if you've seen the Xbox Series X sales split for 2023, but I'd advise those bots who trash VR2 to maybe cool it with the slander because VR2 is going to outsell the Series X. Oh, those are some fighting words right there, Josh. Josh is going ham right now. He's like, you know what? PSVR 2 is going to outsell the Xbox Series X. That's kind of crazy to think, if it's even a possibility. And I'm going to speak more to that in just a moment, Josh, but I want to acknowledge Exley 3000, another legend. The legends are coming out in full force today, getting a full-blown membership train going. He drops 5 more memberships on this community, taking us up to 13. But on top of that, Jay Pierce says, you know what? Here's another membership. I'm going to keep this membership train going. And that brings us up to 14 members on the day. Big shout out to you guys. I see W's flowing in the chat. Very much appreciated, Jay. Very much appreciated, actually. Thank you guys for the continued support. Let me update this. And Josh, yeah, you know, I've seen multiple people talking about that. It's actually something I missed with the Xbox leak. Apparently, there was... Can somebody give me the numbers? Yeah, Xbox sales are 75% Series S and 25% Series X. That's actually very surprising. That's very, very surprising. I wouldn't have expected that. And now we have Chris B. Dude, Chris B is coming in and he says, you know what? Let's do it. Let's keep this membership train going. Halfway through topic 1, you know what? This is a good time. Let's go. W's in the chat for Chris B. He drops 5 more memberships. You guys are keeping it going here today. That brings us up to 19 memberships. So we're already almost at the halfway point, which used to be the main goal. That's the thing. 25 members used to be the main goal, but you guys consistently crush it so frequently. I had no choice but to increase it, and we're already halfway there. So thank you for that, Chris B.
Thank you.
Let me give you guys Venom, because we got a little CG trailer for Spider-Man 2 out there. I don't know if you guys saw it. Sony just released it. It's a Portuguese trailer. I think it's going to, be released worldwide soon, but very cool CG trailer. We know Sony likes to do that. And now Zombie Dragon, man. Look at this. Zombie Dragon says, let's keep it going today. Let's bring this up to 20 memberships. He gives a membership. Zombie Dragon, shout out to you, man. Thank you for the membership gift. Whether you're gifting 1 membership, whether you're gifting 5, whether you're gifting more, it's all very much appreciated, guys. Thank you. And Josh, yes, just to get back to your super chat, so I don't forget to say what it was that I wanted to say. I'm not convinced necessarily that PlayStation VR 2 is going to outsell the Xbox Series X. I think the Xbox Series X would be sitting at around 6 to 7 million in sales, if that, 75 to 25% ratio is true, I think that's about where it would be sitting. So PSVR 2 would certainly have a long way to go to get there. But if we're talking about the life cycle of PSVR 2 stacked up against the life cycle of the Xbox Series X, it's not outside the realm of possibility. I think some people would react to what you're saying as like, oh, that's a fanboy statement, no chance. But in reality, if those numbers are accurate with the Xbox Series X, and that's where we are now still, in the long run, I mean, it really depends. PSVR 2 could struggle to even hit 5 million. It really depends. If Sony supports it properly and they push it, I think they could do it. But we also have to consider that more people over time might start buying Series X consoles as well, as Microsoft continues to put out games, and especially now that they're going to end up having Activision Blizzard. But I appreciate the super chat, Josh. And we have Hellbound 1981, another legend, showing up and saying, here is 5 more memberships. Look at these guys. Look at these guys. Not even, well, we're actually at about the 30-minute mark of the stream, and these guys already got us halfway to our goal today. So Hellbound 1981, shout out to you, man. Thank you for the consistent support. It really does mean everything. And that actually brings us up to the halfway point. We are now sitting at 25 memberships. Big shout out to this community. We also have McShawn Williams with a $10 super chat, which thank you so much for that, bud. You're saying, MBG, I've been a little concerned, but should PlayStation owners delete their debit card info on their consoles? And should we delete our info on the Sony website? I mean, like, how bad is the situation really, though? It's a great question, McShawn Williams. It's a question that we won't have the answer to until Sony officially acknowledges it. But there are a couple of things that if you are somebody who's worried about this, just to, be completely safe, you should change, first and foremost, change your PlayStation Network password. Okay, that's the first thing you should do, because we don't know if passwords were compromised. So either way, it wouldn't hurt to change your password. Number 2, I would say delete your debit card. I mean, you should if you're worried about it. But the reality is, if they got your information, which we don't have confirmation that they did, it's a big if. If they got your information on from the PlayStation Network, they already have your card info. So I don't want to recommend anybody do this unless you are really, really concerned about it. I would recommend waiting until we get confirmation. But if customer information has been compromised, then they already have your card information. And what that would mean is you would have to contact your bank and ask them to send a new card. Or if it's a credit card, same thing. And also have, two-factor authentication, right? That is very important. Make sure you turn that on. So that way, if anybody were to try to get into your account, it'll be linked usually to your phone number, and you'll have to get a code that they'll have to input. That's very, very important. So make sure you have that enabled as well when you change your password. I don't want to recommend everybody go out there and request a new debit card or anything like that. That I would wait until we get confirmation, because if we do get that confirmation that, they have people's card numbers, then it's going to be in your best interest to request that. But right now, we have no idea if customer data was even compromised. This could be employee data. This could be data regarding upcoming movies for Sony Pictures, music, gaming. We don't know. But at the very least, like I said, change your password, enable two-factor authentication. Those two things, just to be completely safe. But McShawn, we will definitely cover this more extensively when we get more information. The remainder of what I'm going to be talking about when it comes to this PlayStation hack is mainly going to be focused on speculation and what could happen in the coming days, what we could end up seeing. But I would assume on the 28th, we will hear from Sony officially, or if not the 28th, very shortly after. Let me see here. So McShawn, thank you for the super chat. Chris B comes in with a super chat as well And he says the Xbox hardware split makes it seem like most of the hardcore gamers have left the platform. I could see why you would come to that conclusion, and that could be what happened. It could be. It could be maybe that they didn't leave the platform, Chris, but maybe they did decide to go to PC instead, right? Maybe Microsoft, in the way that they're handling things, where they're like, we have an Xbox Series X console, which is more expensive but more powerful. We have a Series S, but we also offer everything on PC. I feel like, in a way, the Series X kind of got the worst of it, right? Because the Series S is automatically going to appeal to most people because it's cheaper. It's the entry-level console. But when Microsoft says, if you get a powerful PC, you get access to everything you would get on the Series X day one, plus everything else that's available on PC and everything you can do on a PC. I think maybe what happened is it kind of created a divergence, like a split, where, a big chunk of people decided, you know what, I don't want the more expensive console. I'm just going to go at the entry level with the Series S. And then the other half said, you know what, I'm going to go to PC because, yeah, the Series X is powerful. That's nice. But, for just a little bit more money, I could get an even more powerful PC and have access to all the same things and more. And I think that only a very specific group of people were left to support the Series X. And, back when Microsoft made the decision that they were going to put all their games day one on Game Pass and then day one on PC, a lot of people were concerned that is this going to kill the console? Are people going to abandon it? I don't think that happened. I think actually it was the Series S more than anything that, it didn't make people abandon the console because obviously they're buying the Series S, but I think it just speaks to, like you're saying, the more hardcore gamer maybe did kind of walk away from the Xbox console when you look at this split. Because 75-25 split, I mean, that's the majority of people bought the Series S. The majority of people bought the Series S, and there's nothing wrong with that, but I think it just does kind of reveal that, yeah, a lot of Xbox players probably went to PC. And if Sony were to ever do the same thing, you have to imagine this is maybe some kind of proof that if Sony were to ever start putting all of their games day one on the PC, that maybe it would actually hurt PS5 sales, maybe even significantly. It's hard to say for sure, but Corey says, I just upgraded my PC assuming this had happened. Yeah, I don't think you're the only one, man. I mean, even me, right? Like, I'm a console enthusiast. I love the console experience, but even when I think about if I ever want to go play an Xbox game, I think about doing it on my PC because I have a gaming PC that is way more power. I mean, like, it obviously is nowhere near the Series S, but I think it's actually more powerful than the Series X. And yeah, I mean, knowing that Microsoft puts everything there and they treat PC the exact same way they treat console, there's no difference. Even somebody like me who's not traditionally a PC gamer, I'm leaning more towards I think that's where I'll play rather than buy a Series X. So that to me says something. It's not a bad thing necessarily. It's just an interesting thing. I think it just kind of reveals, again, it gives us insight that we otherwise wouldn't have had. We didn't know what the split was. And we don't know if it's going to change either. So I appreciate the super chat, Chris. Jay Pierce, a member for 6 months, says, hey, MBG, I just heard that when you buy a PS5, they'll let you choose any Sony first-party game. That's going to make big sales. Let's go Team Sony, Team MBG. I appreciate that, man. I love the enthusiasm. Yeah, so I did talk. I would recommend, Jay, if you're interested in that, on my last stream, that was the first topic I discussed in depth. There's a little bit more to it. You do have to have an active PlayStation Network account. So, I mean, you could buy a PS5, create an account, and that does count as an active PlayStation Network account. But I did speculate that I feel like this is really trying to incentivize PS4 owners, like people who are kind of being a bit stubborn and not upgrading yet. I think this is kind of for them because it's like, hey, here's the first party game. You can get it for free. I recommend getting God of War Ragnarok or The Last of Us Part 1 if you get that, if you go for that promotion, because those two games are not on PlayStation Plus Extra. It's hard to say if everybody who gets this promotion is going to go for PlayStation Plus Extra. Probably not. But those are the two that I would recommend. And yeah, I think it's going to be, somebody said, I had read this. Hello, Leia. Do you want to come up here? I think Leia wants to come hang out for a minute. Sorry, she's distracting me. Somebody had said that this is Sony getting ready to clear out stock for the new PlayStation 5 model. And it kind of makes sense, right? It kind of makes sense because it's like, well, yeah, if you're going to introduce a new PS5 model, you want to get rid of the ones that are currently here. So do a promotion, do a sale, and that'll really get them, that'll clear your inventory quickly. But what's strange to me is Sony did just recently announce at their State of Play new covers and new DualSense colors that are, I think the silver, I think it's called a sterling silver cover and DualSense. I'm not sure if that's actually what they're calling it. They're not releasing until January of next year. So I don't know what to make of that. Like, I don't know if that means Sony's not going to reveal this new PlayStation 5 model until next year sometime, or if it means that they're going to reveal this new PlayStation 5 model this year, but they're still going to offer different colors for the older models and plates and DualSense. Well, the DualSense obviously, but the plates in particular. Saying those colors are ugly, to be honest. I don't think they're ugly, but they don't necessarily appeal to me. They're not bad looking. The red to me is maybe a bit, I feel like the colors are maybe a little bit redundant, except for the silver. Because when I first saw the new red color, I forget the official names. I think like the blue is called like cobalt blue. I honestly was confused because I was like, wait, don't we already have purple covers and a purple DualSense? But there is a difference in the colors. It's a more subtle difference. Same thing with the red. The sterling silver does look pretty cool though. Reminds me of wasn't there like a PlayStation 3? Like an early model of the PlayStation 3 that was actually silver? Wasn't that what they showed off, like the boomerang controller, which is crazy. You guys remember that? The PlayStation 3, the DualShock 3, it was like the boomerang controller. Who thought of that? Isn't that wild? Like, if you were to see that now, it's just crazy to think that somebody in a boardroom somewhere was like, yes, that's it. That's our next controller. That's the future of controllers. And it literally looked like a boomerang. So strange, man. So strange. Yeah. It would, like, just imagine if Sony stuck with that. Imagine if Sony stuck with that boomerang design controller for the PS3, and the DualShock 4 would have had the same design, and now the DualSense would have had a boomerang design to it. Maybe that would have been a better way to play. I don't know. All right. We have Drive By Joe. Thank you for the super chat, buddy. You're saying when you broke, you don't worry about being hacked. Yeah, I did see people saying that. They're like, joke's on them. I don't have any money in my account. It's like, well, yeah. I mean, I guess you don't have to worry at that point. I mean, obviously, it's still not a good thing to know that your information is out there, to know that people have it and can do stuff with it. But I get what you're saying, man. It's those that have something to lose that maybe have to worry the most. Figuratively Literal, a member for 2 months, says, since we're so close to Spider-Man 2, shout out to the Big Apple, one of the most amazing places I've ever had the pleasure of going to, much better than LA. Yeah, man, shout out to New York. It is a crazy place based off of what I've seen. I've never actually been there, but I've heard many stories from people who have been there, and it's a very unique place, certainly. Yeah, I guess now that I'm thinking about it, playing Spider-Man 2, I was seeing people saying that they're looking forward, now that the map is double in size, they're looking forward to like exploring and seeing if they can find actual like real world locations, which I always love when games do that. I love when games include real world locations. But yeah, again, I do want to let you guys know there is a new CG trailer out for Spider-Man 2. Go check. I posted it on my Twitter. If you follow me there, you can check it out. The quality of it is low because I think it actually leaked. I don't think it was supposed to be released yet, but it's basically that pre-launch CGI trailer that Sony always does for all of their big exclusives. And this one does not disappoint. I mean, I know it's CGI, but it's such a cool trailer. They show a new look at Venom. They show Peter, like a better look at his face. And it's really interesting. I also posted this on my Twitter. This look at Peter Parker they give you in the CGI trailer, they legitimately just made him Tom Holland. There's a picture, there's like a still frame of him. It's just, he's Tom Holland. And it looks a little bit different than what he actually looks like in the game. But it's still a very cool trailer. So I'd recommend checking it out if you haven't seen it. Yeah, Laurent, go check that out, man. I actually don't have my Twitter link down below, but if you just look up MBG on Twitter, I'm sure you'll come across it. I have this. It's the same logo that I use for my YouTube channel. All right, we got Sean Mitchell, a member for 5 months. He says, "Hey MBG, what's your thoughts on Insomniac potentially going on strike with SAG-AFTRA? Hopefully, we don't see any delays with Spider-Man 2." So yeah, maybe this will be a good time to. So here's what we'll do. This was a separate topic that I wanted to discuss, but since you're bringing it up, I'm going to split the topic, and I'm going to come back to the topic about the hack, but we'll talk about this now. I do also want to read this super chat from Josh. He says, "I'm talking about VR2 outselling it in 2023. The Xbox Series X/SX sales estimate this year at 3.53 million so far. 25% of that is 882K Xbox Series X's. You want to talk niche. So actually that does make sense. The only thing I guess I would have to question at that point is where that sales data is coming from for Xbox, because they don't reveal numbers. But if that's true, if they've sold an estimated 5.3 million, that would mean that percentage split is correct. Yeah, that is under a million Xbox Series X's. And by that point, I mean, by this point with PlayStation VR 2, how many units has PSVR 2 sold? I remember the last time we heard Sony talk about it, it was on an upward trajectory and it was doing better than people expected, but it looked like maybe it was going to start slowing down. But you know what? When you point that out, Josh, you say it seems like they're going to potentially outsell the Series X this year. That would be kind of crazy. That would actually be kind of crazy. Omen says, "My credit card expired, MBG. I noticed too late. Waiting for a replacement. Can't gift your super chat right now. I'll be back." Oh, dude, no, it's all good, man. It's all good. That's kind of you to let everybody know about that. But hey, man, I'm just happy you're here. That goes for everybody. I'm just happy for anybody who tunes in and hangs out with me and listens. And I always appreciate that support, Omen. So Josh, yeah, we'll have to see when we get another update on PlayStation VR 2 sales. And we have Robert West. Robert West decides to re-up his membership. Speaking of memberships, welcome back to greatness awaits, Robert West. I already see some W's in the chat for Robert, which is awesome to see. Really appreciate that, man. Robert brings us up to, oh, it already counted. Oops. I brought us up to 27 members. We're actually at 26. That's my mistake. But I'm sure maybe at some point throughout this stream we'll get to 27 members. And we have Dildo Baggins III with the $2 super chat saying, "Starfield is awesome on my deck, MBG." I'm assuming you're talking about the Steam Deck. Yeah, it's funny. I think I was scrolling through Twitter and I saw a picture of Bethesda's Pete Hines, where he looks like he was on vacation somewhere in front of he was sitting on the beach. It looked like in front of the ocean, and I think he was actually playing Starfield on his Steam Deck. Is this Pete Hines in the chat right now? Is Dildo Baggins the third Pete Hines secretly? But yeah, that's a great name. That's a great name. I mean, it's a great name to use if you don't want people to suspect you're actually Pete Hines. But I'm glad you're enjoying it, man. All right, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to move on to the second topic. And then after we're finished the second topic, I'm going to move back to the first topic to finish with some speculation. So the second topic here, pretty significant one. This is being reported by Push Square. They say a video game actor strike could happen following union vote for action. They say here, the actors group SAG-AFTRA has voted overwhelmingly in favor of a potential strike against the games industry. Members were nearly unanimous, with 98.32% of the vote being in favor of a strike, if a strike is necessary. SAG-AFTRA's vote for a strike is in relation to the Interactive Media Agreement, which essentially covers members' work in video games. The organization has been in negotiations with many major publishers and production teams on issues such as insufficient pay, AI concerns, and safety precautions. The vote doesn't necessarily mean a strike will happen. It basically just means that the union's members are ready to authorize a strike if the industry's big players continue not to budge on the organization's terms. The next round of negotiations is scheduled for September 26th to September 28th. So, starting today till the 28th. SAG-AFTRA is hoping the vote in favor of a strike will help to move things along. It's time for the video game companies to stop playing games and get serious about reaching an agreement on this contract, says SAG-AFTRA President Fran Drescher. The result of this vote shows our membership understands the existential nature of these negotiations, and that the time is now for these companies, which are making billions of dollars and paying their CEOs lavishly, to give our performers an agreement that keeps performing in video games as a viable career. Chief Contracts Officer Ray Rodriguez notes that those acting in video games are facing many of the same issues as those who work in film and television. SAG-AFTRA has been actively striking against Hollywood to fight for fair employment terms for its members, battling against similar issues regarding payment and exploitative uses of AI. So a strike isn't happening yet, but it's well within the realm of possibility. There are many notable companies SAG-AFTRA is currently negotiating with. It lists Activision Productions, Blindlight, Disney Character Voices, Electronic Arts, Formosa, Insomniac, Epic Games, Take-Two Productions, VoiceWorks Productions, and WB Games. If you're unfamiliar, VGC notes that Blindlight has contributed acting work on the likes of The Elder Scrolls, Destiny, and Fallout, while Formosa has helped on Call of Duty as well as many PlayStation Studios games like God of War and The Last of Us Part 2. Should a strike happen, it would disrupt production on a lot of major games currently in the works. This strike authorization makes an emphatic statement that we must reach an agreement that will fairly compensate these talented performers, provide common sense safety measures, and allow them to work with dignity, Rodriguez says. Our members' livelihoods depend on it. So, yes, this is potentially very significant depending on what happens. Right now, it's unclear. It's in limbo. The authorization has gotten the green light, and so the negotiations are occurring, I think, as we speak right now, and they're going to continue until the 28th. And if these companies are not willing to essentially give SAG-AFTRA what it is they're requesting, they're going to strike. And I'm not against this. I'm not, because I would prefer an outcome where everybody gets. I don't necessarily want to say what they want, because I feel like when you talk about greed, not everybody's going to get what they want. Where everybody gets enough, right? Like, I don't think there's any denying that all of the major video game publishers that were just listed, Take-Two, Activision, Disney, even Sony with Insomniac and whatnot. We know they're making a lot of money, like a lot. And we know how driven by greed this industry can be. And it comes from the higher ups, right? And there's no denying that now more than ever, voice acting, motion capture. I mean, when you think about Insomniac Games, you think about Wolverine. This is maybe the biggest game that Sony's working on right now that could be directly impacted by this because Insomniac's developing it. There's no doubt we're expecting the voiceover work and the motion capture to be top notch, to be, S tier with this game. And so if that's I just look at it like this, if that's my expectation as the gamer, right? Like I know Wolverine's going to be a big AAA game and I expect it to have all, S tier everything basically, then I would expect the talent, the people who are providing that work to, be compensated in a way that reflects that. So I'm not against it. I'm definitely not against it. And I also hope that these negotiations go smoothly and there doesn't have to be a strike because it would just ultimately mean that there are no disruptions. When you're saying the problem is inflation, a problem created by governments and banks. Yeah, that's true. If we get deeper into it, the cost of everything, literally everything has gone up quite significantly. And because of that, it's having an impact on all areas. And I guess a part of me, I try to understand the business side of things, right? Like I know, and it's interesting because one of the things we are going to be talking about later on is the rising cost of AAA video game development. And there's more risk now than ever before with AAA game development. And with that risk also comes this just kind of, I guess, more conservative approach from video game publishers. And with that more conservative approach, they are potentially, and I don't know, like, I don't want to speak on behalf of anyone because I'm just a gamer. I just play games. I'm not a developer. I've never worked at a video game studio. I certainly have no idea what it's like working at these AAA game studios. I don't know if they're being treated unfairly. I don't know if they're, being underpaid. I have to assume that this maybe isn't a huge problem in the AAA games industry anyway, because it's just not something I've really heard about. It seems like a lot of video game developers in these studios actually do enjoy their jobs and they feel pretty good about them. But again, that's just what I see on the outside and just the general feeling I get. It could be the opposite. I have no idea. I have no idea if that's actually what it's like. But the biggest reason I hope that this goes smoothly is just because I think everybody would be in agreement with this. I think everybody would prefer that there isn't a major disruption in video game development. Because video games already take forever. They already take forever to make, right? They already take many years. And I don't want to come off as like the selfish, entitled gamer. It's like, I don't care, just make my product so I can enjoy it. No, I try to understand all the different angles. These are human beings on all sides of the fence here that we're talking about. But I guess it's like I think about Wolverine and there's this kind of hope, specifically, I think, in the PlayStation community that Wolverine is going to launch next year. We don't know, but there's this hope that it's going to be the big holiday release of 2024 for PlayStation. And when you consider how good Insomniac is at their job and how efficiently they work in their output, I wouldn't be totally shocked if they were able to do that. But what we can say for certain is that if there is any interruption, if they do end up striking, Insomniac will be part of that. And you have to assume the motion capture work and the voice acting work is not fully complete yet. Certainly not on Wolverine. So it will be impacted. And for all we know, development of Wolverine may come to a screeching halt for who knows how long until an agreement is reached. And I think that just sucks all around. I don't think the workers are necessarily happy about that because I'm sure that they are passionate about what they're working on. But, they would only do that if they felt like they had a good reason. And obviously the gamers would feel like, man, now we might have to wait till 2025 or longer. And obviously the studios are not going to be happy because it's like, well, So I don't think Insomniac is unhappy. I think Sony probably treats Insomniac really well. I think Sony likely keeps Insomniac developers very happy. I haven't heard any complaints. I haven't seen many people complaining. I think maybe a while ago there was like a potential culture issue within Insomniac, but I think they quickly corrected that, and that was like the worst we heard as far as I'm aware. But I never really heard anything about workers feeling like they're not being compensated fairly or anything like that. So we'll see, man. We'll see. Let me see. I have here we go. I got a couple more super chats here. I got one from Josh again. Thank you for all the super chats, bud. You're saying the Xbox Series X and S sales estimate is from VG Charts. I don't know why I said it like that. VG Charts. 3.53 million this year. Last sales estimate we got for VR2 was around 660,000 2 months after release. Okay. Yeah, I remember we got some kind of number a couple months after the release of PSVR 2. Yeah, the only thing about this is I just don't know how reliable VG Charts is. I think a lot of people have concluded that VG Charts is not a reliable source. However, they really are the only source, I guess. They're the only place that I know of that has some kind of estimate. I don't know how they get their estimates, but I guess the conclusion that I come to with this is when you look at PlayStation VR 2 selling that many units 2 months after release, 660,000, we're many months after the release of PlayStation VR 2. Granted, there hasn't been a whole lot going on with it in terms of like AAA games. I mean, there's Resident Evil 4 VR, of course. It wouldn't be totally shocking if by the time this year concludes, I don't think we're going to get this information, but if like we did have access to the information, wow, look at that. PSVR 2 actually slightly outsold the Xbox Series X. That would be like, wow. You wouldn't expect something like that to happen. But when you look at everything that's going on, you look at the bigger picture, I also don't think it would come off as something that's like, how could this have happened? You know what I mean? So it's interesting to think about, man. It really is. That's one thing that I would love to see change in the gaming industry. I would love for numbers and data like this to be more readily accessible and available and not such a secret. I would really appreciate that. I think a lot of people would. By the way, guys, we have over 450 people here hanging out, watching the stream, which first off, thank you for that. Do me a favor, hit that like button. We're almost at 150 likes. I think if everybody chipped in, we could definitely, or at least most people watching chipped in, we could definitely get to 200 likes. I would very much appreciate that. And Dildo Baggins III again says, whatever happened to the live from PlayStation commercials? Sony has the best commercials. Yeah, they did. They did one, I think, earlier this year, and it did feature Spider-Man 2. Those were pretty fun. I would like to see Sony do more creative commercials because they have done them in the past, and they've done some really interesting ones. I mean, I still remember the September 2021 PlayStation Showcase, and they opened that showcase with like a 2.5 minute long trailer. I mean, it was almost like I don't even know what to call it. It was like this live chess match When I say live, I mean like it's actually being like seemingly played by actual people. Like the people were the pieces. And what was so crazy about that ad is I think everybody was kind of confused at first, like, what is this? Like, why did they just waste 2.5 minutes opening their show with something like that? But people slowly started to realize that when you dissect that trailer and that advertisement, yeah, the King and Queens ad, I think that's what it was called. There were so many hints at games that weren't even announced yet. Sony was straight up teasing like all of this different stuff. And if you go back and look at it now, you realize like, oh my God. I mean, there was like 2 years worth of stuff that they were hinting at in that advertisement. And that kind of stuff is really interesting to me. Seize the Throne ad. Is that what it's called? Good stuff. So thank you for that, man. We have Azurk, member for 5 months. He says, finally upgraded to the PS5 last month. Too bad, can't get a free game. Nah, I don't live in the US. Keep up the good content, PlayStation, with some W's here. Well, thank you for that, man. I'll do my best. And I'm happy to hear you upgraded to the PS5, man. It is a shame you weren't able to get that free game, but enjoy it, man. I think the PS5 is a great console. I still play my PS5 every day. You know what I've been playing? Mortal Kombat 1. I talked to you guys about this. I pretty much said to you guys that I kind of got addicted to Mortal Kombat 1, and I wasn't kidding because I am now, I think I'm like 4 or 5 trophies away from platinuming Mortal Kombat 1. That's how much I've been playing it. I've been really, really enjoying it. I've been getting pretty decent at it, certainly getting better at it. I've played more online matches. One of the requirements that I just simply wasn't skilled enough to make this happen. One of the requirements for the online trophies was you have to you have to defeat the king in a King of the Hill match. And for those who don't know, the way King of the Hill works, there's like 8 players in a lobby, and whoever wins becomes the king, and you basically remain the king as long as you keep winning. And the thing about this particular game mode is it attracts the most skilled players because they know they're going to beat like 95% of other players and just constantly rack up these wins while everybody sits there and watches. And every room that I went in, I was just, I mean, people that are way higher level, just absolute beasts at this game, man. Like, I don't want to say pro level, but seemingly pretty close to it. And I would just leave because I'm like, dude, there's no chance. There's no chance in hell that I'm even going to touch these guys. And so luckily I ended up just doing like a little private match, and I invited a random person that I fought previously. I don't know who they were. I was like hoping they would join, and we just kind of had a back and forth 1-to-1 1v1 King of the Hill, and I ended up getting the trophy that way. So I don't know who that person was, but shout out to them for helping me get that. And that was so far the most annoying trophy I had to get, but it's really good, man. I think that NetherRealm, I will say, I was really afraid that when I purchased Mortal Kombat 1, I was going to just feel like this is the same thing. And it's kind of funny because it is, like, it's Mortal Kombat. Like, it is the same thing. But I really thought that I would not enjoy it. I really thought, Laurent, you say you need that trophy too? Keep working. I mean, yeah, I would recommend create a private match, man, and just invite a bunch of people, and maybe you'll get somebody that'll come in there and help you out. But I really was afraid that I was going to, I don't want to say dislike Mortal Kombat 1, but just feel totally underwhelmed by it. Like, I've been here, I've done this, it's too familiar, and it's not. It's surprising. It is. I really did not see this coming. I thought at most I was going to spend like 12 to 15 hours on Mortal Kombat 1 and feel like, yeah, I got my fill. I think I have like almost 40 hours into it already or something, which for a fighting game to me is wild. They have this new Invasions game mode where it's almost like a board game. It's really interesting. And so one last thing I want to say about Mortal Kombat 1 before I continue on here. And that is, there is one trophy that I'm not going to be able to unlock until I think like 30 days from now. There's this one trophy where the requirement is to defeat a Titan. And a Titan is just like a super powerful form of a character. It's actually related to the story of the game. And I was looking into it because it said no one has unlocked this trophy. I'm like, what's going on here? Is this like some kind of impossible task? Right now, it is impossible because it's not active yet. And what Mortal Kombat 1 is doing, it's clearly trying to be a live service game, which is fine. I think it makes sense for Mortal Kombat to do this. Where there is there's essentially seasons they're doing now, and in the Invasions game mode, they're going to be updating this mode every season, which a season lasts, I think, about 40 days or so. And from what I read, apparently at the end of each season, there's like, or at the end of each Invasions match, there's like a big, powerful boss you fight. And what's going to happen is, I think in the last week of each season, they're going to turn that powerful boss into a Titan. And so the idea is you defeat that Titan, which is going to be, I assume, significantly more difficult than even the hardest boss right now. And then you get that trophy. So it's kind of weird to me where it's like, I don't think I've ever encountered something like this before where I'm basically going to have the platinum, but I have to wait like a couple weeks for something that is in the game to activate to be able to actually do it. So pretty weird, unexpected. But yeah, I think I'm going to be able to get the platinum for this, guys, which is very surprising to me because I would have never thought that I could platinum a Mortal Kombat game. So just wanted to kind of go on that little side quest there, letting you guys know what I've been playing. Let me see. Where am I at here? We have Navenzer with a super chat saying, then the price of video games to go up then. Yeah, so I guess what you're saying, the price of video games are going to go up, or maybe they need to go up. I will tell you that I'm not sure if we're going to see another video game price increase like soon. Like, I don't think it's going to happen in like the next year or two, but I would not at this point be surprised. And I think this will be a tough pill for a lot of people to swallow, understandably so, but I would not be shocked, man, if at the start of next generation in like 2027, they're like, yeah, we got to increase the price again. People are going to lose their minds, but it's the unfortunate reality of this industry is, and all things like we talked about, like with inflation and things going up, these video game publishers they're starting to get scared, man. They are. Like, they're starting to get pretty nervous, starting to shake in their boots a little bit about the rising cost of developing these AAA games. And here's something interesting. People have been saying maybe the answer to this is let's reduce the games a little bit in terms of how big they actually have to be, right? Like, maybe it's okay if we get more AA games. Maybe it is okay if not every AAA game has to have that big of a budget and has to have every little minute detail, developed into the game. Which I think a lot of people would not want to hear that, because it's like, well, no, we do want bigger and better, right? But at the same time, it's like, I am somebody who's an advocate for, like, I always want bigger and better and more exciting games. But at the same time, if it is getting to that level where it's like, listen, I care about the details. Of course, I can have a great appreciation for the details in these AAA games. But if it's getting to a point where, oh, well, now we have to charge you $80, or, we just gotta figure out a way to get more money from you to justify this. I would almost rather, it's not almost, I would rather just, okay, well, it's okay if you got to tone things down a little bit. It's okay. Like, I think about the act of playing video games, right? And I get kind of hung up on this notion sometimes where it's like, well, how long should a $70 AAA game be? And I mean, if you hear that a $70 AAA video game is can be completed in 8 hours or 10 hours, I think for a lot of people that's gonna be like, I don't know, is that worth it? But as these things continue to escalate, right? As we continue to see that the cost of developing these games is going up, you're starting to hear publishers kind of talk more and more about the price of games might need to go up again. I'll tell you what, man, like I'm really starting to get to a point where I don't care how long your game is. I don't care about anything other than the quality of your game. And more than anything, the quality of the gameplay, the quality of maybe the narrative as well, because I do care about narrative in games. Yeah, that's true, Omen. The Order 1886 is always a game that comes to mind. That still wouldn't be acceptable today, but it's like, I'm not a fan of this idea that we have to have filler in games. I'm not a fan of this idea of that, like, well, we really want this thing to be like 35 to 40 hours, or maybe even 25 to 30 hours. Like, if a developer has a vision for their game, and that vision is obviously something of very high quality, something that is very well put together, but it turns out you can beat it in like 12 hours. That's great. Like I would much rather pay $70 for that 12 hours, knowing that there's nothing here that's been tweaked for any artificial reason. And I do worry sometimes, like as these budgets continue to balloon, I think that the publisher as well as the developer, they start to get nervous. Like, uh-oh, like how are we going to sell this for $70 when it can be beat in like 10 to 12 hours? I mean, I get that. I would be worried about that too, because it's like, let's talk about the gaming community. The gaming community can be just as volatile, right? I mean, if Spider-Man 2, if Insomniac came out and said Spider-Man 2 can be beat in 12 hours, people would be in an uproar. Straight up, man. Let's just be real right now. Like it would be a controversial thing if they said that. And to me, that's, I think, what has to change, where it's like, what would be controversial about that? I mean, think about it. If you go to a movie theater, you pay probably well over $20, $25 just for your ticket. If you're watching like IMAX, or even if you want to get like a snack or something, right? You're going to be paying even more. I mean, you go to a movie theater, you and another person, you're going to be paying probably $40 or more straight up for like an experience that lasts at most a couple of hours. And I feel like with video games, you're talking like 10 to 12 hours. That's, you know what I mean? Maybe this is an unpopular opinion, but I guess what I'm trying to say is I want the developers to make the experience that they truly believe is best, for no reason other than we just want to make the best possible game. Don't worry about the price. Don't worry about what people are going to think about the price to length ratio. None of that. Just make the game. That's what matters to me, because I think about a game like The Last of Us, right? Like The Last of Us 1 can be beat within 10 hours or so. And let me tell you, that's perfect. That is perfect. If I had never played The Last of Us, and then part 1 comes out, yeah, I'll pay $70 for that. That 10 hours is going to be well worth it. In my opinion, that's like not even, I don't want to say it's not something it's something you can't put a price on. Lore Cannon, you're saying 10 hours is too low, but that's the thing, man. Like, what lens are you looking at that through, that you come to that conclusion? Because if a developer said this game is 50 hours, but that 50 hours is just a drag, only 15 of that 50 hours was actually considered very high quality and refined, and the rest just felt like, why is this even here? You know? Would you really still feel that way? Would you still feel that that 10 to 15 hours is just too low? A part of you would probably come to the conclusion, I think I'd be okay if they actually cut like many hours of this out and just shrunk it down. But we also have to consider the genre. That's, I think, something that's very unique to video games, the genre. I mean, you talk about films, you talk about music, you talk about books. They all have different genres, but video games have a very distinct. I guess what I'm trying to say is the difference in genre with video games has a very distinct impact on, I mean, the entire product, right? Like if you say this is a horror movie, this is an action movie. Yeah, there is a difference between those two things, but generally speaking, they're still kind of the same in terms of how you're going to experience it. You're going to sit down, you're going to watch that movie. It's probably going to be an hour and a half to 2.5 hours long, right? It's just the content, the story beats are going to be dramatically different. In video games, it's crazy how different the entire experience can be from top to bottom based on the difference of genres. And I think the difference in genres has also, with it comes a set of expectations. Like here's a action adventure game versus here's an open world RPG. I can tell you right now, everybody is going to automatically anticipate that the open world RPG is going to have significantly more content in it in terms of just how many hours you can sink into it than a action adventure game. And that speaks to just the different way in which the genre of a game, it literally alters how you interact with it. So these are just all different things to consider when we're talking about the price of games. And, there was that ridiculous rumor that came out, I think like 2 weeks ago at this point, where it was like GTA 6 is going to be priced at $150. And it's like, well, no, it's obviously not. But it does kind of beg the question, who would pay $150 to play GTA 6? I bet you a lot of people would. I bet you, and you know why? The reason why they would, I'm not saying everybody would, but a lot of people would. They would because they would think to themselves, there's something special about this game. There's something different about this game that will somehow make it worth the $150. And you know what's crazy about that is I don't think it's the length of the game. Think about it. If Rockstar said we're going to charge $150 for GTA 6, it would sell incredibly well at $150. It wouldn't sell as well as it could, but it would sell very well. It would easily sell millions and millions of copies at $150. And most people would probably buy it knowing that it's going to have a story and like let's just remove GTA Online from the equation for a moment here. Most people are going to buy that knowing that you could probably beat it in maybe like 20 hours, maybe 25. And, it's just, I don't know, like if you're just going to go price matters based on the length of a game, I don't think $150 GTA 6, again, it was a fake rumor, it's not real, but I guess I'm trying to say people buying that, it's not actually, they're not buying it because of the length of the game. They're buying it because of the quality level expectation. Like they anticipate that GTA 6 is going to be the single greatest video game experience they've ever had that will be worth $150, even if it only lasts 20 hours or so, or 30 hours. So I guess what I'm saying is I just don't think it's wise. I just don't think it's wise to judge games based off of their length. That's all. Chris says, size doesn't matter, MBG 2023. Yeah, size doesn't matter, man. It's not the size of the game, it's how you use it, right? Or interact with it. It's what you get from it. Really quick, we have the Leninator FFC. I'm sorry, man, I'm a little bit behind. I was too involved in my own discussion there. The Leninator FFC decides he wants to keep this membership train going today, and he's keeping it going strong. He brings us to 27 members. Let's get some W's in the chat for the Leninator. Really appreciate that support, bud.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
There we go. So the reason why we are at 27 members, I accidentally added one too early. PlayStation Pete, you're saying Mortal Kombat 1 Platinum unobtainable. PlayStation Pete, maybe you missed my conversation from a couple of moments ago, but it will become obtainable in the next 30 days. Okay? So I'm in the same boat. I'm about to get all of the trophies except for one. The trophy to defeat a Titan, which is the trophy you can obtain. A Titan is going to become available in Invasions in approximately 3 to 4 weeks. So hang tight. Sometime in October, you'll be able to earn that trophy. Let me see here. We got Dr. Moda 989. Thank you for the super chat, bud. You're saying, hey man, did you see the Sports Kita article about you? Never heard of them before, but thought it was pretty funny. Yeah, a couple of people showed this to me, and I'll be honest, when I first saw somebody linking that to me, I really thought they were trolling me. Like they were just trying to pull a prank or something. But then I realized, oh no, this is apparently a website, and somebody actually wrote an article on me. And I won't lie to you, I was laughing because I read it and I'm like, okay, this is officially being taken too far now, where it is not this serious. The article was basically saying that gamers are upset with me because I'm trying to create a rift between PlayStation and Xbox fans, and I'm like, what? It was very strange, man. It was truly a sight to behold. I was like, I would have never imagined that an article, and I've never heard of this website either. No one could go to this website for all I know. But I would have never thought that an article would be written on me. Me? Really? Come on, there has to be something else more important going on out there. And I don't mean to sound so, I'm not trying to be self-deprecating here, but it's just there has to be something more. What? Now the console wars are making headlines? Sue them, MBG. Perjury, get your millions. I mean, no, it's not that serious. Look, if it was a big name website and there was stuff that they were leaving out and it was obviously an out of context thing, maybe I would feel oh, that's not good. But I was just very surprised to see wow, how is this not a joke? I was really quite how is this not a joke? I thought this was a joke. If it was April Fool's or something. But MBG, you need allies. No, man. See, that's the thing. When I saw that, I was just things are beginning to get kind of crazy. Genuinely. They're beginning to get out of hand because this is not, the plot has been lost officially. When I wake up to an article with it where there's a picture of me and my YouTube channel is being talked about and they're quoting me because of one of my from one of my rants and basically saying this man is trying to destroy gaming communities, I'm you know what? The plot has officially been lost. It's time for me I'm just going to sit down and I'm going to drink some coffee And I'm just gonna, you know what? Let's just talk some video games, guys, because I don't know what's going on out there anymore. I can't even keep track of it. Free advertising. I mean, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I mean, we'll see, man. We'll see. Maybe I'll be written up in future articles again. MBG, the ultimate console warrior. It's funny because Ultimate Warrior, wrestling, Ultimate Console Warrior. See what you did there. Doctors hate this man. Yeah, that's pretty funny stuff, though. But I will say this. Because the thing that bothered me a little bit about that article, just a little bit, not much. I mean, I got a couple laughs out of it, but in all seriousness, the article is representative of something that happens on a wider scale, which is quite unfortunate. And there's nothing I can do about it. There's nothing anybody can do about it. It's just the way it is. And it is just, once again, that I do streams here. Okay, these streams are hours long. You guys know this. These streams, most of the time, go for 3.5, 4.5, sometimes 5 hours. And it can be very easy, I think, for people to take certain snippets, certain clips of these streams without the context and circulate it. And it's a lot easier for people to come across a 30-second, 15-second, maybe minute-long clip, whatever it might be, and listen to something that was meticulously pulled out with an intention. And that intention is, well, this is going to make this guy sound bad. And this is going to make this guy sound dumb, or whatever it might be. And granted, there probably are things I have said that if you just listen to that singular thing I said and that's it, yeah, you could probably walk away saying, well, that guy's dumb. That guy doesn't know what he's talking about. I get that. But that's kind of what makes it so disheartening, is that people see stuff like that in these small, bite-sized clips, and they come to a definitive conclusion that I know what this guy is and all he has to offer. But in reality, I've noticed that a lot of people who have come to my streams and actually hang out here with me and we talk, like, you're not just getting 30 seconds of one particular thing I'm saying about one particular topic. You're not just getting 2 minutes. You're getting the entire thing. You're getting the full picture. You're getting all the context. It seems to me a lot of people come to the conclusion that, okay, well, maybe I don't agree with everything you say. And maybe even sometimes you can act a little bit out of pocket. But generally speaking, we have some pretty interesting and, I'd say, engaging conversations here. That to me is what's important. And that will always be the most important. I have thought extensively about maybe putting in some extra work here on the channel, or some extra effort to create some of my own clips, to just kind of even the playing field a little bit and make it easier for people to decide how they really feel about me and my content, because I'm not necessarily trying to win anybody over. It's not about that. It's just more along the lines of, I would like it if people could get more than just a couple things that people with ill intent want to show them. And I realize now that I'll probably have to take that into my own hands and do it myself. But, it could be beneficial, because I think that people are not as one-sided as it might seem. It's just easy for them to be one-sided when they're only shown, just one corner of the picture, and they can't see the whole thing. So, yeah, interesting stuff there, man. It's saying Reforge Gaming was defending you yesterday. Well, that was nice of him. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I don't need anybody to necessarily defend me. I don't need anybody. Obviously, I would prefer people not attack me too, of course. But to me, this is where it's like, look, when I said that the plot has been lost, I'm not speaking about other people. I'm speaking about myself. I'm not trying to lose the plot in this anymore because it's not fun. It's not interesting. It's just a drag. It is. When the conversation divulges into he said, she said, he said, she said type stuff, and just back and forth bickering, it's like, that's, what were we talking about again? Oh, wait, we're supposed to be talking about video games. You know? And what is the purpose of video games? The purpose is to have fun and enjoyment. Now, granted, when we engage with video game conversation like we do, yeah, they should attack me for my pronunciation. Yes. If anything, there you go. Gaming Survivor knows. There should be an article written on that, man. Streamer has trouble pronouncing. But yeah, in all seriousness, it's like, it is just disheartening and deflating when the conversation begins to divulge into what seems like just like low tier drama, you know? And it's just like, to me, that's where it gets cringe. And I admit that I definitely have fed into that quite a few times. Quite a few times. And so hopefully going forward, the focus can just be on what it should be on. And that's not on you guys. That's important to understand. That's not on the community here. That's not on my viewership. That's on me. That's 100% on me. So, let me see here. We got a little bit off track here. Novins or Dr. Moda. Oh, here we go. Josh Z with another super chat. He says, I would expect a strike. The WGA fought for much of the same things that TV actors are still fighting for and won. The gaming space will follow suit. Yeah, I could see. I mean, look, man, I'm ready. I am ready for it to happen. Like I said, I'm trying to be more optimistic, I guess, and hoping for the best possible outcome. I think the best outcome in this instance is one where there isn't a major strike and things aren't grinding to a halt, but instead an agreement is immediately reached and everybody's happy and we can. That's rarely how these things go. Yeah, Josh, I'm right there with you. I am ready by the end of this week to find out that there's a big strike in gaming now. And I mean, it's interesting because, we just got done talking about low tier drama and kind of the back and forth bickering and whatnot. And it is interesting to think that I feel like one thing that would kind of dampen all that and quiet all of this extra noise down and maybe even silence it would be something like that where it's like, oh, well, this just kind of came out of nowhere. Or at least I think to a lot of people would feel like it came out of nowhere. And then on top of that, it's something that is going to affect everybody, to some extent. So we'll see what happens, man. We'll see what happens. Illegal Monkey says it's hard to find people like MBG who keep it real. Well, thank you for that, man. Yeah, I will say, if there's one thing that has truly been a difference maker for me as a content creator, especially in recent weeks with some of the stuff going on, is you guys are the real deal. I mean, you're always saying nice things to me, but in reality, I got to give you guys the credit you absolutely deserve. You are the ones that are out here sticking by my side and showing that support and saying, look, man, we're here. Let's have some fun. Let's hang out. Let's talk about games. Let's express our passion for video games. So shout out to this community, man. Laurent says true. I think MBG is sometimes even getting emotional, um, but I am as well when it comes to those things like physical versus digital gaming, for example. Yeah, dude. I mean, these things, they can run deep. They can run deep. I will say, I think it is, I'm realizing something that is very important, truthfully. Very important. Not just here on a YouTube channel, like talking to you guys, but in life. And don't worry, I'm not going to go on some kind of tangent here about something completely off topic, but being grounded. Being grounded. It's so important, man, to just keep your feet firmly planted on the ground no matter what you're doing, because it can be too easy to just start kind of floating away. And I'm no stranger to that, obviously. No stranger to that. And it's not always a bad thing. Sometimes there is a time and place, of course. But it's always good to have your feet planted. You can kind of be more aware, you know? It's good. It's a good thing. All right, let's see here. We have Unintended Studios with a $5 super chat. It says, as an OG Firewall diehard that was bummed about Ultra, Alvo is by far my favorite PSVR 2 shooter currently. Highly recommend if you haven't tried it. That's kind of surprising to me. It is. I really thought that Firewall Ultra was going to be that game you're describing. And this game, Alvo, I can't say that I'm going to get to it ever, let alone anytime soon. I don't want to make any promises or make any commitments here, but that is quite surprising to me that that is what you're saying. And you're saying this as somebody who is kind of bummed about Firewall Ultra. So maybe when I dive back into PSVR 2, maybe it is something I will consider. Just maybe. Beezer 1138, you're saying Sony is adding a 5-star rating system to the PlayStation Store. That is very interesting. How do you guys feel about this? How do you guys feel about Sony adding a 5-star rating system? I think this could be... It could be good, but it could be just as bad. It could go either way. I'm all for rating systems, but I feel like it has to be handled a certain way. I mean, I don't know if they'll necessarily ask for proof, but that's always the concern, right? The concern with user rating systems is that anybody who has no intention of playing the game or experiencing it can come in and say whatever they want about it. They can rate it and they can say whatever they want. I'm not a fan of that, but I feel like it would maybe be kind of difficult to ask for proof, right? So I guess what I'll say is I'm interested. I'm interested to see how Sony may handle this 5-star rating system they're bringing to the PlayStation Store, because if they handle it right, it could be a very useful thing. And especially when you look at the PlayStation Store, there's so much stuff, dude. And it's just completely overwhelming how much stuff is on the PlayStation Store. And when you are clicking on these games, there's so little there to tell you, like, is this actually going to be good? So I do think a user rating system, a 5-star rating system being incorporated could really help. Like, it could be a game changer in how you navigate the PlayStation Store, as long as they handle the actual rating system properly. And it's not just a system that can be flooded by anyone. And, before you know it, you're seeing games get review bombed on the PlayStation Store. That would be the worst possible way to handle it. And it would be the opposite of helpful if that's what happened. But it just really kind of reminds me of these times where I click on the PlayStation 5 store and I'm just checking to see, okay, what are like all the new games that came out? And there's like 50 games and you just can't tell like which of these games are good, which of these games are just absolute trash. It's impossible to know. You certainly can't tell based off of the game art. And even when you click on it, limited amount of screenshots, limited descriptions. stuff can be purposely, I don't say deceptive, but maybe vague is the word I'm looking for. Igor, you're saying only if you buy a game can you rate it. Is this something that was just announced officially? PSN on PlayStation 5 now has a 5-star vote rating system. Oh, it's already integrated? This person says, hopefully you can only vote if you purchase the game as well. Would love a review section like Steam as well. I don't know. Yeah, there are no explicit details here. But a couple of you guys in the chat are saying that you do need to purchase the game. I would hope so. I would hope that's the bare minimum requirement. And I guess that would only pertain to digital purchases as well, right? At least that's my assumption. Jake S215 with a $1 super sticker of what looks to, I don't know, it looks to be a drooling face, I guess. I appreciate that, man. Subtext with a $5 super chat. You're saying, is the free game with PlayStation 5 promotion a signal of slowing demand? Hope it could lead to a showcase sooner, given Jim Ryan's 2022 quote you read. So for those who aren't aware, what subtext is referencing is Jim Ryan in February of 2022 said in a redacted interview that just recently became unredacted that they're not really marketing the PlayStation 5 because they don't need to. The demand was too strong. And so now you're speculating that this new, it's a relatively aggressive promotion. I wouldn't say it's the most aggressive, but more than what Sony's done recently in the US anyway. This new promotion they're doing for the PS5, you believe that this could be a sign of the demand for the PS5 slowing down. Well, it is worth noting that in Sony's last financial report, they did tell investors that they will take the necessary actions needed to sell enough PS5s to hit their goal. Their goal by the end of, I think by April 1st of next year, is to sell 25 million PS5s in that fiscal year. And they said they will do promotions if they have to, or price cuts to make that happen in certain territories and certain regions. And so you might not be off the mark. When we talk about momentum slowing down, it's hard to determine what that really looks like and how meaningful that is. Sony could have very high expectations. I will tell you this. Sony wanting to sell 25 million PS5s by April 1st of 2024, that's going to set a new record for Sony. So I have no doubt that their expectations for how the PS5 should be selling every single week of every single month leading up to that date is very high. And if they even see it dip a little bit, I don't think that means that the console's in any kind of trouble. I don't think that it means that they're not going to, that it's not going to do well. Not at all. I just think that the bar that they're trying to clear is so high that the standard, it's been raised. It's clear Sony wants the PS5 to break records. And I don't think it's a bad thing that they're out here saying we will discount the PS5. We will do what we need to make that happen, to make sure we can hit those numbers, because that's just going to be good for the consumer. And that now we have this PlayStation 5 promotion. In other regions last month, the console was being discounted by well over $50 in some cases. So not a bad thing, in my opinion. It could be for the new PlayStation 5 model, though. We'll have to wait and see. PlayStation Pete with the $2 super chat. You're saying, if the digital Xbox succeeds, will the PlayStation 6 be all digital? It's a good question. I've really been pondering this. I feel like recently, because of this leak, the question of physical versus digital has been brought to the forefront once again. I think it's a persistent conversation. one that's always evolving. Hey, boss. No. He's trying to chew my lights. Come on, man. What is it with you? Anyway, if my cat didn't so rudely interrupt me by chewing my background lights, I have to yell. I have to get firm with boss on this stream. Got to get firm with him. I think this is a persistent conversation and one that is more relevant than ever. Will the PlayStation 6 be all digital? I'm going to say right now, no. I do not believe the PlayStation 6 will be digital, regardless of what Microsoft does. Hey. He's doing it, guys. I'm sorry. I like to keep boss in the room the entire time we stream because he seemingly likes being in here with me, but he just has these random bouts. Anybody who watches my streams consistently, you know, at some point during the stream, he's like, well, it's time to start chewing cords. No matter how many times I tell him to stop, he does it consistently every time. Anyway, boss. Anyway, the PlayStation 6, I don't believe is going to be all digital because I think that the difference between Microsoft and Sony lies in the fact that more people on PlayStation buy physical games. The percentage of people buying digital games on PlayStation is still higher than the percentage of people buying physical games on PlayStation. But in comparison to Microsoft's platform, especially when you factor in something like Game Pass, where you're not even talking about buying games, you're talking about renting them digitally. Yeah, plenty of people still buy physical games on PlayStation. And I have no doubt at this point in my mind that by the time we get to the year 2027, 2028, do I think that the digital percentage is going to get higher? Yeah, I do. I think the number of people buying digital games in the year 2028 will be higher on PlayStation than the number of people currently doing so. But I still think that the number of people buying physical video games will certainly be high enough to justify Sony having to ship a PlayStation 6 with, at the very least, a port that you can attach a disk drive to. That to me seems like the natural progression. Now, if you were to ask me, okay, well then maybe the PlayStation 6, they'll still produce physical games for their big games, and we will still be able to have, like, here's my hope. All right, let me simplify what I'm trying to say. Here's my hope. And here's what I'm going to believe until I see it, and until I see the opposite happen. My hope and what I believe is going to happen is we will be able to collect PlayStation 6 games physically, just like we do PS5 games right now. And I think the only major difference is there just might be less games to collect. And as we go throughout the PlayStation 6 generation, maybe even less so. And maybe by the time we get to the PlayStation 7 generation, maybe that will be the time when Sony says, sorry guys, you know, you can hook up a detachable disk drive to your PlayStation 7 so you can play your backwards compatible games if you bought them physically, but we're not producing any more physical games for the PlayStation 7. And if Sony says we're not producing any more physical games, a lot of other publishers are probably going to be like, yeah, we're not going to do it either. I think that's how it's going to happen, guys, truthfully. I think it's going to be a lot less traumatic than we think. I think what's going to happen is we're just going to slowly begin to see more and more publishers announce new games and just announce, and there's no physical version. I think that's what we're going to see. And as we go through the years, we're going to see it happen more in 2024. We're going to see it happen even more so in 2025. And every year after, it's just going to happen more and more until eventually we're just going to have a very small amount of games, of physical games to collect. And the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm beginning to maybe come to the conclusion that I don't think this is a decision that a platform maker has to make. I don't. I think the most Sony will ever have to do is decide at the start of a new generation, are you going to produce your big single player AAA games physically? And I don't think Sony's in any rush to not do that. It benefits Sony to produce Spider-Man 2 physically. It does. It does. And it will continue to do so. But I'm not looking forward to the year. I don't know what year it's going to be, but the year where it becomes obvious that, oh, the shift is now happening, like significantly. Like this is the beginning of the end. Maybe we're already at that point. But people need to really, I think, slow their roll with being so okay with a digital only future. It's one thing to be okay with digital video games and buying games digitally and having a digital library. It's another thing entirely to be totally complacent with a digital only future. And they are two different things. And they don't have to be aligned with one another. They can both exist separately, and they should, because I think it's fine that people want to buy their games digitally, and I think it's fine that some people just prefer that, and they don't mind just having an all-digital library. But I've always said having that choice to be able to buy a physical game, actually own it. And you know what's sad too is even today, we see publishers beginning to do this thing where it's like, you can buy the game physically, yeah. You can get the game case. You can even, yeah, you will own nothing and be happy. You can even have a physical disc, but there's like going to be 2 gigabytes of data on that disc. You know, it's just like these publishers are still finding ways to, I mean, somehow make it so that you can buy a physical copy and you still don't actually own the game, which is wild. It's just wild to think that, man. So yeah, it's sad to see. Like I still feel pretty upset about Alan Wake 2. I feel more upset about Alan Wake 2 than I think anything else, mainly because Alan Wake 2 looks amazing. It really does. It's a game I absolutely am going to play, but man, it just burns me to know my only way to play this game is I have to buy a digital copy. Don't get me wrong, it's not the most serious thing in the world, but it's just, you're saying don't support digital only games, MBG, F Alan Wake. I hear you, man. That's so tough for me. Because they're making it clear they're not producing this game physically. So it's like, do I just tell myself I'm never going to play it? Should I wait? Is that the trick maybe? Should I wait until it's cheaper on sale eventually and then buy it? Cuz I mean, that's the thing is a part of me like doesn't want to punish Remedy. Like a part of me does want to punish Remedy, but a part of me doesn't. The part of me that doesn't is the one that knows they worked really hard on this game and it looks really damn good. Really damn good. And I want to reward developers for their hard work. I want to put my money where my mouth is and say, yeah, you guys earned my $1 here. Or my $70, or I guess $60, is it? But a part of me kind of does want to punish them to send the message that like, you guys are refusing, like you're actively choosing and refusing to do a physical version for potentially hundreds of thousands, if not maybe 1 million or a couple million people who really want that. Maybe not a couple million, but certainly at least a couple 100,000 people, which is a significant number at the minimum. You know? And a part of me wants to send that message to them where it's like, I would have bought your game, but I'm not because you didn't produce a physical version. But then I also think to myself, I could make that choice. And of course, they lost one sale, but what if the game is still selling incredibly well anyway? And they basically don't care, where they're like, that's a shame that you didn't buy our game, but we're fine. Yeah, because Remedy's a really good studio, dude. And Alan Wake 2, dude, I'm more excited for Alan Wake 2 than like most games. So saying, MBG, you either take a stand or don't. I don't care. I play on subscription services, so I'm going to buy it. I can't make a definitive decision yet because I think what it's truly going to come down to is what I'm playing at that moment, like where I am gaming wise come October 27th. Because I'll tell you right now, 99.9% chance come October 27th, which is the release date of Alan Wake 2, I'm neck deep in playing Spider-Man, and I have no interest of stopping. And if that's the case, it's going to make it actually very easy for me to skip Alan Wake 2. And there's a chance that I might just end up flowing right into something else and kind of leapfrogging Alan Wake 2, not purposely, but just that's the way it ended up happening. And maybe by that point, I do end up waiting for maybe a sale of some kind. So I'll make the decision when I'll cross that bridge when I get there, I guess is what I'll say. But yeah, physical for life, man. I have a goal. You know what my goal is, guys? I have a dream. I'm going to collect every single PS5 game made. Okay? And the only way that's going to happen is I need your support, guys. All right? I need your support. If I'm going to collect every single PS5 game ever produced, I'm going to need your support. I'm going to need more financial support. Somebody's going to have to drop a $500 super chat right now. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding about both of those things. Has anybody had that thought, though? Like, for people who are collecting physical games, have you ever kind of had that thought where it's like, should I go all the way? Should I even try to go all the way and get just collect every single game? I mean, would that even be possible to do for the PS5? Because there's like limited run games and stuff. I don't even know that would be possible. Maybe if you really wanted to make it happen, you're on your own with that, MBG. No, I'm just kidding. There's no way I could achieve something like that. There's no way I could, because I think it would become miserable at that point, you know? There is a part of me that does like collecting for the sake of collecting. Like, for my physical enthusiasts out here, please tell me if you share this feeling sometimes. Sometimes I just get this like itch where it's like, I would like to buy another game to add to my collection. Like, maybe it's not even a game I'm really that interested in. Like, maybe it comes down to the pricing of it, right? Like, just to expand the collection a little bit. Does anybody here do that? I don't do it frequently, but occasionally I do. Like, I'll maybe pick up a game or two if like I'm scrolling on Amazon or something, or if I'm out and I notice, oh, it's like that price seems pretty low, you know? Maybe catch a sale and you just pick it up. I do that sometimes. Feels good. I don't know why. You're saying you only collect what you like. That's usually what I do too. Like, I'd say 80 to 90% of the time. It sounds like a hoarder mentality. Oh man, I hope not. Maybe I have to cool it then. Maybe I have to cool it. Yeah, maybe by the end of this generation, if I amass a big enough collection, I'll do like a dedicated stream. We'll go over all of my games, and there'll just be some games that I pull out where people are gonna be like, MBG, you played that? Like, nope, definitely didn't play it. Just bought it to collect. This one still has the shrink wrap on it. MBG stack those baked beans cans alongside your PlayStation collection. Yeah, dude. Yeah, it's. I mean, look, if there's ever an apocalypse, you know, I may not have everything prepped, but if there's electricity, I'll have a really solid PS5 game collection to choose from. Oh man. All right. Jeffrey Luttrell, I'm sorry, man. Jeffrey and Navanzur, I apologize keeping you guys waiting with the super chats. Jeffrey, you're saying, hey, MBG, nice to catch you live today. Hope all is well. Looking forward to Spider-Man 2. I hope we find out Sony's plan for the future soon. Love the rants. Well, thank you so much for that, man. I'm right there with you. I'm eagerly anticipating Spider-Man 2. And That's a conversation we're going to move on to next. I apologize it's taken so long to get to this. We've had a lot of different side quests, I guess you could say, today. But we're going to talk about Sony's future plans, this hack, leaks, potential showcase, and what's going on here. I also have a super chat from Navanzur. He says, still haven't seen Enemy. Shaking my head, LOL. I'm sorry, man. I know. Believe it or not, I have a major backlog on a lot of things when it comes to what I should watch, what I need to watch. I mean, I saw, October's coming up, man. I'm going to be watching horror movies. I'll try. I think you said this movie, Enemy, is like a thriller. I'll have to keep it in mind. It's something I'm going to have to get around to. I'm not making any promises. I've learned I got to stop doing that because I'll tell somebody like, oh yeah, I'll do it. Yeah, sure, man. And then it's just like, I never do. It's like, oops, my bad. Oh yeah, Foam Stars beta this weekend. Hell yeah. Foam Stars, let's go. No, I might try it. In all seriousness, I might try it. I'm just genuinely curious. All right. I want to continue talking about this Sony hack. So, one of the things that could be a result with this leak, this hack, is a leak. A lot of people are actually actively hoping that this Sony hack, it's not specifically a PlayStation hack, this Sony hack actually pertains to PlayStation and their gaming division, and that on the 28th, basically we get a bunch of stuff regarding Sony's future plans, regarding their games, not necessarily on the same level as what we just got with Xbox, but something somewhat similar. And I can kind of understand why some people feel this way. I don't know that I agree with them. I don't know that I'm in agreement. I did say when Microsoft's leaks were coming out that it is quite unfortunate. I feel bad for them and for their audience because that's just a kind of very unexciting way to learn about things. It's not even the same as rumors, where at least with rumors, you don't know if it's true. So therefore, no matter how much you learn, you always have to take it with that pinch of salt where it's like, yeah, but it might not be true, or maybe it's very different from what the rumor's conveying. When you get stuff just straight up leaked out to you, here it is. This is it. Everything. It's like, oh, well, I guess that's it then. I hope this doesn't happen. I mean, don't get me wrong. It would be a wild time. It would. If in the next couple days, it's like, we know Sony's roadmap of games for the next 5 years. A part of me thinks Sony would pay to get that back. Does anybody else kind of get that feeling? I feel like Sony would pay to get that back. They'd be like, how much do you want? Yeah, okay, yeah, write them that check right now. Yeah, we need that back. We can't let that leak out. I hope that's not what ends up happening, because what would suck about that, if a bunch of Sony's games leaked out, it would basically ruin probably the next 2 showcases or more over the next couple years. The big announcements that we've been waiting for, it would ruin them. I mean, not entirely. I'll be honest, if somebody internally at Sony could direct message me and say, give me proof that they work in the PlayStation division, and then give me an entire layout of the games that they're planning for the next 3 years, and it wouldn't kill my excitement for the next Sony show. If anything, maybe it would actually, you know what? I don't know. Maybe this would be a good thing. Maybe it would be, because what I wanted to say is that I think people are getting frustrated. They are. I think they're getting very frustrated with Sony's not silence, because that's the thing, is Sony hasn't been silent. They're just not talking about new games. future games, except for Spider-Man 2. And I can't say they're being silent because, they're doing Spider-Man 2 previews. They just had a state of play. We're getting a lot of previews for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. But they're being completely silent when it comes to a roadmap of any kind regarding their studios and future games. And I think people are really starting to get frustrated with that because I've talked to you guys extensively about this, and Spider-Man 2 is coming out in less than a month. And then after Spider-Man 2 comes out, there's nothing from PlayStation Studios. Oh, sure. I mean, maybe we could mention Helldivers 2, but that's not a first-party game. I mean, it's a second-party game. Arrowhead Studios is not a PlayStation studio. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is a third-party game. No, yeah, so I see somebody asking or saying it isn't. No, Helldivers 2 is not a first-party game. It is a second-party game. And what that means is Sony owns the Helldivers intellectual property, but they do not own the studio that is making the game. They do not own Arrowhead. So, you're going to see the PlayStation Studios logo pop up on it, and I guess it doesn't, to me, it doesn't matter if somebody were to say, oh, that's a PlayStation Studios game. I think that's kind of fair to say because they do flash the PlayStation Studios logo. So it's well, they're putting their logo on it. So, but at that point, you could then call Kojima Productions a PlayStation studio, which people are not going to let you do that. People are not going to let you say Kojima Productions is a PlayStation studio because he's independent, right? People are like, no, he's not owned by Sony, and he's not. But the PlayStation Studios logo flashes when you go to play Death Stranding, or if you play Death Stranding 2. So I kind of understand from both sides why you might just count it as a PlayStation studio, why you wouldn't. I lean more towards the side of I'm not going to count it as a PlayStation studio because I'm being on the more technical side of things. Well, listen. After Spider-Man 2, there's two games really from PlayStation Studios that have been talked about, but not really. Wolverine, The Last of Us multiplayer. But these games simply don't count. They don't. We don't know anything about them. We haven't seen anything. Oh yeah, and Concord. I actually forgot. Yeah, and Concord's in the same boat though. We don't know anything. These for all intents and purposes, we're just going to say, because it is true. It is true. We just don't know the future of PlayStation Studios games. We don't. We don't know what's coming in 2024. We don't know what these games even look like. We haven't seen gameplay of any of these games. I have seen some people saying, not many, but some. And this is how it's getting crazy out here, man. I've seen some people saying that they think maybe Sony's going to do a showcase before the end of this year still. And I'm not expecting, I don't think they're going to do that, but I can understand why people are saying that because it's how are we going to go into 2024 with nothing? We're just going to go into next year with nothing. That's wild to me. That's absolutely wild. That's not to say that Sony's in trouble, because they won't be. I've told you guys, they're not going to be in trouble. Spider-Man 2 is going to be more than enough for them. Maybe not for you, the enthusiast fan that needs that roadmap. But generally speaking, Spider-Man 2 is going to be just fine. PS5 is going to be just fine. But when we think of this PlayStation hack, it is kind of this is why I'm talking about this, because it is understandable. It is understandable why so many fans are like getting to a point where like, you know what? I hope that this leak basically shows us some games. Lets us know what's going on. I won't lie, man. Like, PlayStation fans are starting to get desperate. And I don't mean that in a, like, look, I know people are going to want to take that as a really like, oh man, PlayStation fans are desperate. Well, I'm not talking about desperate to play games. We have games to play. We have Spider-Man 2 in less than a month. We have, again, Final Fantasy and Helldivers in February. Like, there are games there, but PlayStation fans are getting desperate to get some kind of roadmap. Just anything from Sony that says, here are our plans. Here's what you can look forward to in the next 12 to 18 months. Sony didn't give us that with their showcase this year. They didn't give us even the last state of play. Like, I think I got a little bit defensive on the last state of play that Sony did. Because I did think it was good. I thought it was good. I really enjoyed it. I think that they did a good job. But I realized that I misunderstood the frustrations from people, from fans, from some of the fans. Some of the frustrations from some of the fans were, we just really want to see some new stuff, man. That's it. Final Fantasy looks amazing. Spider-Man looks incredible. You know, these games look great, but Helldivers looks fine, but we want to see some new stuff. Like some new stuff. And to me, that is what is killing PlayStation right now. Not financially, obviously. It's not hurting them financially. It's not hurting the console sales. I think it's killing the PlayStation fan base. And I don't think it makes... There's always kind of this argument that happens with fans where they're like, well, you expect too much or you're entitled. And I don't think so. I don't. I think some people can be too extreme, and that's the problem. You know, you can have a genuine fan come out, a genuine PlayStation fan say, I'm really disappointed with the way Sony's handling things right now because they're not announcing new games, and they haven't announced new games in a while, and we just don't know what to expect from them outside of Final Fantasy and Helldivers and Spider-Man over the next couple months. We don't know anything. There are groups of people that will take that and they'll say, actually, yeah, PlayStation just sucks and they're really bad and they don't produce good games and they're done, man. Their time's over. And you see it, they're two totally different things. They're two totally different things. The PlayStation fan who is expressing that they would like for Sony to talk more about new games and future projects. And then one is not a fan. One is just somebody who wants to take that and twist it into something it's not, and then make other people think that that's how PlayStation fans feel. And it's unfortunate that this happens, but this is why I like to have these conversations, because I think it's going to cut right through that and make it clear that PlayStation fans, I think right now, and I don't want to speak for all of them, but I think I can speak for most when I say they're kind of torn right now. On one hand, we feel great because we got a ton of third-party games to play, obviously. I mean, even just looking at the beginning of 2024, there's a lot of games coming. We have Spider-Man 2, the biggest first-party game potentially that Sony's going to launch this generation so far. And then early next year, we got, like I said, Helldivers 2 and Final Fantasy. So, not too bad. Certainly not too bad. We're eating. We are. We're eating good. So, it's like, I think going with that analogy, we're eating good right now. We are. But on the other hand, we're very concerned about our long-term food supply. Are we going to have enough? What about, What about next year? We going to be eating then? And like, that's where a lot of people say, of course we are. Of course we are. But we don't know. Like, how do we know? We don't. We haven't seen it. We haven't seen it. On the other hand, PlayStation fans are very eager to learn. We've been eager for like over a year now, over a year and a half. What are these studios cooking? What are they working on? I mean, the longer it goes on, the more concerned people get. The longer it goes on, the more concerned people get because they become concerned that, for example, today is the Last of Us Day. Naughty Dog tweeted out 2 times, we're celebrating the Last of Us Day. Last of Us 10-year anniversary. There will be 0 updates on games or future projects. It's stuff like that I think is kind of killing the PlayStation fan base right now. When I say kill, I know that's an exaggeration. Like it's killing the fan base. But I mean really, it hurts. It's a tough pill to swallow because it's like, what do you mean? No updates on your games on the 10-year anniversary of a yearly celebration you do. What? It's like, when the hell are we going to see this Last of Us multiplayer game? When are we going to find out about your next project that's not a remake? Just something, anything. You're saying that's the entitlement? I don't think so. I don't think so, man. The reason why I don't think so is because we got an HBO Last of Us show, and that was great. We got The Last of Us Part 1, which was more controversial than it had to be. And we got The Last of Us Part 2 in 2020. The Last of Us Part 2 in summer of 2020 was the last time we saw a new game from Naughty Dog. Since that game came out, they have been talking to us about this multiplayer experience that we've only seen 2 pieces of concept art for. Over the course of nearly 4 years, we've seen 2 pieces of concept art. I'm sorry, man. I don't agree. I do not think that's entitlement. I think it's okay for Naughty Dog fans or even PlayStation fans to question what is going on. Not assume that it's bad, but just question what is going on. Like, how is there nothing to show? Not even a third. I mean, for the love of God, give us a third piece of concept art, right? Just a single piece of concept art. I don't want to assume the worst. And that I think that's where things become problematic is I think sometimes people want to assume the worst. Like, well, man, the reason why we're not seeing anything and we're not getting updates is because shit's kind of hitting the fan behind the scenes. It could be. It could be. I don't think it is. That would be very surprising and unexpected. That's not, I think, what anybody expects from PlayStation Studios. But there is always the chance that they're having some issues. And that's why they just can't. You're saying taking a break. I mean, no, no, it doesn't work like that. Like, they're not allowed to just take a break. That's just not a thing that happens when you're talking about big business here. It's, the gears are always turning. It's just a matter of, are they jammed up, But the system never shuts down. MBG, it takes 5 to 6 years to make a quality AAA game. Naughty Dog just released a game in 2020. Did you forget that? No. Well, Victory, here's the thing, though. Like, I definitely didn't forget that. I'm well aware of that. I guess what I'm saying is, I am not okay with this idea, and maybe some people are, knowing that AAA games take 5 to 6 years to make. I am not okay with this idea of, and we'll only learn about it a year and a half before it launches. Because so you're telling me we have to just literally wait like 4.5 years to even hear from that studio? That's crazy to me. That's crazy to me. Now, here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. This is the important thing I want to highlight. That would be totally fine, in my opinion. Like, Naughty Dog, I don't have to hear from you till 2025. If right now we were hearing from other studios underneath PlayStation. Do you see what I'm saying? But we're not. We're not hearing anything from anyone except Insomniac. Again, which is fine. And that's exciting. But it's like, at what point, as like that, like Insomniac, thank you. How am I still hearing from you? That's phenomenal. Like, you guys I don't know how you do it. But why haven't I heard anything from Bluepoint? Why haven't I heard anything from Bend? Why haven't I heard anything from even these new studios like Haven and Firewalk, Team Asobi? Like, how come we haven't heard anything? Sucker Punch, yeah. And that's the thing that I'm trying to highlight here. I'm not trying to say it's all bad, because it's not. But it's just, this is the reality of PlayStation that is frustrating the fan base. And the longer it goes on, the more frustrated some people are getting. And some people are beginning to get to a point where, like, I wasn't frustrated. Now I'm becoming frustrated, because it's like, are we actually going to go into 2024 with no roadmap, dude? MBG, you want the truth, bro? I would like the truth, yes. Is it concerning? Well, that's the thing. It depends on your view of PlayStation Studios, because I keep using the word frustrating. Notice I'm not using the word concerning, because I'm not actually worried. I would let you know if I was. MBG, you yourself are not happy seeing trailers and non-gameplay reveals. Well, I don't mind CG trailers as long as there's also trailers for gameplay, like for different games. I mean, when you give me 3 back-to-back CGI trailers, I'm going to raise my eyebrow and be like, what's going on here? 3 CG trailers in a row? That's what you got for me? You know, like, that's not like PlayStation, in my opinion. The reason why I'm saying it's frustrating, but not necessarily, I mean, it is a little concerning, but the reason why I'm not concerned is because there is a part of me that believes, yeah, like, we're not hearing anything, but I'm not assuming it's because things are just on fire behind the scenes and they're constantly putting out fires. That could be what's going on, like I said, but I don't really believe that. I have no reason to believe that. And that's why I use the word frustrating, because it feels like there's something Sony is doing, like almost purposely, where it's like, why haven't you shown anything? And it could be as simple as a new mandate. It could simply be, we really are not going to show gameplay of games until they're like a year away from release. And we're not used to that. You know, and that could be the new way of going about handling PlayStation Studios and reveals and announcements. And if that's what they end up doing, that has its upside, of course, because it's like, you see it, you like it, good. You're going to get it in a year. Not bad, right? Yeah, not bad. But it can feel bad in the meantime, because, well, again, how long does it take a AAA game to be developed? 5 to 6 years. Devilac, you're saying, I don't think you understand what you're asking for. You know what I'm really asking for right now? I do understand what I'm asking. Maybe I'm not making it clear what I'm actually asking for. The only thing I'm actually asking for is clarity. That's it. I would like clarity with PlayStation Studios. Truthfully, I don't need a showcase right now. I don't expect one. I don't need a showcase until next year, because I've just accepted that we got a showcase this year. It was underwhelming and disappointing. There'll be another one next year, and I'll wait for it. And I firmly believe that one will have to be better. There's no way it couldn't be better than the last one. But I feel like I don't have clarity. And yeah, maybe some transparency. I'm not expecting Jim Ryan to come out and give 5 interviews and let everybody know, what Naughty Dog's developers had for lunch yesterday. I'm not, I don't need that level of detail. The secrecy is becoming overwhelming. It is. It's becoming too much for me personally, where I'm not going to go, like nothing's going to change. I mean, I'll express my frustrations and then I'll move on and play some games and wait, because I have no choice but to wait. But it's just the extreme secrecy where it's like Naughty Dog can't say a word about their multiplayer game. Not a single word. Not one word. Nope. Not even a piece of concept art now. Oh, okay. What about Ben Studio? They've been working on a new IP for a couple of years now. Can they do a teaser trailer? Nope. Not yet. It's like, oh, okay. So it's like, what about Wolverine? I don't know. What about it, man? It's a thing. That's yes. Trailer? Nope. Any gameplay updates? Nope. Concept art? No. Stop asking. Okay, fine. Concord. You said Concord's coming out in 2024. We only got a 30-second CG trailer that doesn't tell us anything. Can we get some gameplay details? Nope. Oh. Can we get some concept art? No. Can we get another trailer? No. So this is what I mean, where it's like, you getting back to the original topic at hand here. This is why people are out here being like, leak Sony's games. Come on, this new PlayStation or new Sony hack, leak the games, leak Bloodborne 2, leak it all, because it's just, this was dude, look, I've said this before, and I do wonder if it's about to actually happen. I said the longer Sony goes without revealing their games, even if they want to wait till they're like finished or close to being finished, they run a serious risk of leaks becoming a real thorn in their side. Because when you announce the game and you say, this is the game we're making, there's not really much you can leak at that point. Everybody know, like Wolverine, for example, like if we got a Wolverine leak, I mean, there's some things that maybe could be shocking, like it's not going to be rated M. It's going to be rated T for teen, and there's going to be no gore. Like, yeah, that would be a shocking leak regarding Wolverine. Like, what the hell? But I do think that in this case, because Sony's been so secretive for so long, if these 6,000 files that the hackers got, if they end up releasing them publicly, if these files contain in them critical information about their roadmap and upcoming games, that's really going to be a shitty way for us to find out. I would rather just wait. I'm not necessarily in agreement that I want this leak and the information in it to be that. I will say this. This leak, or this hack, and these 6,000 files that these hackers got, if I had to choose what it ends up being, employee information, customer information, or Sony's plans, I would absolutely want it to be Sony's plans, because those other things, that to me is not cool. Like I don't think it would be, obviously it wouldn't be cool to see people's information posted out there, but that is just like, that's just shitty. Like that's just straight garbage, like what the fuck? If I had to, like, if it's going to happen either way, I would definitely want it to be Sony's plans, because that would hurt Sony. But at the same time, it's like, well, it could have been worse. And if anything, maybe PlayStation fans will feel good about some of the things that they end up finding out about. So like I'm saying, could almost work in a positive direction. For as annoying as it would be for Sony. But yeah, I guess that's where if it's going to be anything, I'd rather it be some of Sony's plans. It's probably going to be something really underwhelming. It's like the only, could you imagine a bunch of Sony stuff leaks about like Sony music and Sony movies and like all their stuff, and only one gaming related thing leaks, and it's Sony's plans for Knack 3. That would be great. People will go nuts. Knack 3 live service game headed by Mark Cerny. Make it happen. All right. Shems, sorry to keep you waiting, bud. You're saying, MBG, did you see the Kojima / Phil photo OP? The news, more Japanese exclusives coming to Xbox after TGS. Yeah, I did see that. Kind of, I mean, I was looking at a couple of those photos and I'm like, look, you definitely get the sense that they are, how do I put this in a non-rude way? Very, very, very excited that they have Kojima making a game for them. Like they are very much, and I get it. You're Microsoft, you're Xbox, it is a big deal for them. But yeah, the photos were interesting. They look like they're having a good time, I guess. And it's just so funny in contrast when you see Kojima post photos when he meets with Sony executives and how they're it just has like a completely different vibe to it, not a negative one, but just a different vibe. So yeah, I don't know. Phil looked really happy, man. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, good for him, dude. Phil, I'm glad to see Phil smiling because he's coming off of one of the worst leaks in Xbox history, and I'm sure that's a tough pill to swallow. But you know, he's hanging out with Kojima, and he was all smiles. So I'm curious, man. I'm very curious to see what this Kojima developed Xbox game is going to be. I think we know it's like a cloud game, but apparently it's going to be this overdose game. Supposedly it's going to be like horror. Very interesting. Very interesting stuff. Yeah, Kojima, I guess he is the most prominent Japanese game developer. So Josh Z with another super chat. Thank you, bud. You're saying it's the internet's fault, MBG. When we were kids, you only heard about games just before release. I'm glad that I have infinite patience, LOL. Yeah, no doubt about that. You're 100% correct, Josh. And I do want to add this. I try my best to see the current situation and view the current situation with PlayStation and the community and what people are saying and what people are thinking, just a general sentiment. I try to make sure I can see the entire picture and I'm not just laser focused on one angle of it. But I do have to obviously let you know that there is a part of me as a PlayStation content creator. I think there's like an added, an added layer for me where I think I'm a pretty patient person. I can be, certainly. But there definitely is a part of me that's for the sake of the community here, even on my channel. Like I am always hopeful. Like, man, I wonder what Sony's going to do next. Like, I wonder what PlayStation's big thing is going to be next. Because there's an added layer for me on a personal level where I know that, oh man, I can now share in this with my community and we can experience it together. And again, going back to the PS5 launch, that's a perfect example of, I would have enjoyed that PS5 launch build up in 2020 just as much as anybody else, but there was a whole nother layer there because we were doing it together as a community with podcasts and videos, and it was crazy. It was crazy. So there's definitely that added layer that I have to factor in for myself. And we have the dude. The dude is keeping this membership train alive today. The dude comes out and says, I'm going to pay it forward as well. Here's a membership gift. And the dude brings us to 28 members gifted. So even though the membership train isn't going full speed today, even still, you guys are keeping it going. And I very much appreciate that, man. So thank you for all the support.
Appreciate it.
It means a lot, bud. The dude says, just paying it forward, guys. Thanks for all the great community and great content. No problem, man. No problem. I'm glad you're part of the community, and I'm glad you're enjoying it, and I very much appreciate you paying it forward, dude. Love to see it. Have another super chat here from Perfect Image. He says there's a security breach on network. I thought this was fixed the last time the network was down. Why are we paying all of this if Sony can't keep this shit on lock? So, Perfect Image, it's worth noting that we do not have confirmation yet. Well, unless we just got the confirmation, which I don't think we did. As of right now, there has not been confirmation that this has been like a network breach. Okay. The only thing we've heard, in fact, we haven't even got confirmation from Sony that anything has even happened. The only thing Sony has said is that they are investigating, but we don't know even if this hack is real. We don't know if it pertains to the PlayStation Network. It might have nothing. This leak could have nothing to do with PlayStation. Just so everybody knows, it could just be regarding something else underneath Sony. So, Perfect Image. I have seen people saying that, though. I've seen people saying like the timing of this, where a couple weeks ago Sony says we're increasing the price of PlayStation Plus, and then Sony a couple weeks later, we've been hacked. It's like, yeah, you know, it's that does suck, and it does bring back a lot of not good memories about about the 2011 PlayStation Network hack. I don't think we've ever seen anything like that. We didn't see anything like that when it happened. It was like the first time, and we haven't seen anything like it since. And it's just it's a natural thing that people are going to read about this and hear about this and think, oh my God, it's happening again. And we don't know. We don't know that. We do not know if that's what's going on. It doesn't seem like it. I will say on the surface of it, it doesn't seem anywhere near as serious as what happened in 2011. And you have to imagine it couldn't get that bad again, because that's the thing is you experience that. Sony experienced the worst possible thing that could happen to them from a security breach standpoint, where their entire network was down for like a month. You have to imagine you go crazy after that, right? Like you get a network and security infrastructure in place that ensures that will never happen again. Anywhere near to that extent, worst case scenario, nowhere near to that extent. You have to imagine that's something that Sony invested heavily into after that situation. At least you would hope so, right? You would really hope so. So, yeah, digital future's looking better and better by the day, man. It is. Dan is saying in some cases you can't stop it no matter what kind of protection you have. Is the PlayStation Network down? As far as I'm aware, it's not down. No. Saying you're just hoping it's not account information. Yeah, hopefully not. So Perfect Image, thank you for that super chat. I want to move on to this next topic, guys. All right, this is being reported by Push Square. New fiscal results belonging to indie publisher Devolver Digital have revealed the company is beginning to reject deals from Sony and Microsoft to put their games on Xbox Game Pass and PlayStation Plus. Building on reports of subscription fatigue where consumer spending is concerned, Devolver Digital claims it has turned down multiple proposals from platform holders as the offers undervalued the titles' value and revenue opportunities in 2023 and 2024. The move has resulted in lower revenue streams from subscription services, although the company is expected to get back on track as a whole next year, as many of its high-profile titles have been delayed into 2024. This was done to ensure they have the time and effort and support to succeed, one of which is the promising indie game The Plucky Squire. Its decision to turn down PlayStation Plus and Xbox Game Pass deals most likely pertains to getting those titles on subscription services the same day as they release, meaning the door is still open to Devolver Digital games becoming part of the membership further down the line. For example, PlayStation Plus Extra currently grants access to PS5, PS4 titles like The Messenger, Inscription, Observation, The Talos Principle, and My Friend Pedro. However, it doesn't sound like Baby Steps, The Talos Principle 2, or Wizard with a Gun will join them at release. Speaking to GamesIndustry.biz, technology and gaming analyst Patrick O'Donnell said, quote, "The checks coming from Sony and Microsoft are just not as big as they once were, and that creates problems if you're concentrated on that side of the market," end quote. So some pretty interesting data here, or not even data, but just some interesting quotes from Devolver Digital, some interesting information. Essentially, what it boils down to is both Sony and, interestingly enough, Microsoft, especially when you think about Microsoft, they're beginning to write smaller and smaller checks to these video game publishers to get their third-party games onto PlayStation Plus or Xbox Game Pass day one. And I think the reason for this is obvious. I do. I think it's on Sony's side, talking about PlayStation Plus, I think Sony is not going to... Sony's definitely not going to be the one to write a check and try to pay an exorbitant amount of money for a game that just doesn't seem worth it to them. And the reason why it'll never seem worth it to them is because they just don't believe in the subscription model. I don't think that means Sony's not ever going to get any day one games. I just think that, I hate to put it this way, I do, but I think Sony is all about the low-hanging fruit. And I think Microsoft is actually becoming that way as well with their subscription services. I think the subscription service model in general is beginning to become focused around the low-hanging fruit. And what I mean by low-hanging fruit are games that are seemingly not going to do well without that type of exposure, games that maybe are just not that valuable. And I don't think you could blame Sony or Microsoft for lowballing it just to see, like, maybe they'll accept our deal. And if not, they don't. But I've kind of noticed this too, where Sony seems to be really kind of hitting the brakes on getting like really significant day one games on PlayStation Plus of any consequence. And when we think about Microsoft, I think what makes this interesting on their end is that you would think that Microsoft should be doing the opposite, right? Like Microsoft should be the one writing the bigger checks and doing what they have to do to get these games. But I don't think so anymore. They don't have to. Now they own games now. They bought Bethesda and they're going to have Activision Blizzard. Yeah, that's going to result in them saying, why would we write expensive checks to these games when we don't have to? You know, we have our own stuff now that we bought and we own, and we can leverage that. I mean, Microsoft is more likely to buy all of Devolver Digital before they are, you know, to start writing out multiple big checks for multiple games. And I think that this is further proof, like my takeaway from this is further proof of the divergent paths that both Sony and Microsoft are taking. where Microsoft is taking a completely different path, but they are doing so with a huge focus on we need to buy to own and not write these checks if they get too expensive, because it's just not worth it. And Sony is on the opposite path where they're in agreement that, yeah, we're not going to write those checks either because it's not worth it for us as well. And so we're just basically not going to focus on our subscription service. We're just going to, I just saw apparently it leaked out that the Callisto Protocol is going to be the main headline game for PlayStation Plus next month, or for the month of October. It's going to be announced probably tomorrow. Actually, I think it will be announced tomorrow. I think that there are 2 games for PlayStation Plus Essential: the Callisto Protocol and Farming Simulator 22, which I think actually some people are excited for that. Believe it or not. We don't know what the third game is, but that's what's funny to me, is like, that's what the Callisto Protocol is. The Callisto Protocol is low-hanging fruit. The game was a failure. It flopped, and it's certainly not making any money now. So, of course, Sony knows they can go. Look, the studio, Striking Distance, they just lost all of their executives. They did. They were all fired, I guess, or yeah, I can't even say laid off. I think they were just straight up fired. It's just that Sony knows, like, they'll probably take any offer we give them, because anything is better than nothing, because that's probably what they're making right now, is nothing. And I will say, the Callisto Protocol is actually a pretty great game to get as on PlayStation Plus if you haven't played it. Like, it's a pretty good game for that. Definitely not, I don't think, worth $70, but a good game to get through PlayStation Plus. So if you haven't played it, I'd recommend giving it a try if you're subscribed to PS Plus. Does it make it worth the $20 increase? Probably. No, I don't think so. Maybe if you're into Farming Simulator, but you're still going to skip Callisto Protocol. Yeah, it's, again, for a game on PlayStation Plus, it's pretty good, but it just doesn't cut it as a full-blown $70 title. It's missing something critical. It is. It's really missing something critical. But the reason why I pointed it out is because that's just, I think, what this is going to be going forward. I think subscription services for both Sony and Microsoft, their subscription services, PS Plus and Game Pass, when it comes to getting games day one, it's going to be low-hanging fruit. And in Microsoft's case, maybe even less than that, because we can just buy what we want and own it, and we don't have to worry about paying anybody anymore. So, yeah, interesting stuff, man. I wanted to just kind of let you guys know about that. I wanted to talk a little bit about that topic because I haven't seen many people talking about it. I don't think it's the most revealing thing, but we are now seeing publishers that were once very much on board with, yes, we'll put our games there day one. Now they're beginning to back off and say, you guys are undervaluing our games. And as far as we can tell, Sony nor Microsoft are coming back and saying, you're right, we undervalued it. Let's give you a better offer. They're just saying, okay, then don't take our offer. Pretty telling, I think. Pretty telling for what's currently going on in the subscription landscape. Gamer of Light, you're saying, how about Master Chair on the PlayStation home screen? I know, dude, I know you meant to say Master Chief, but there's just something so funny about reading Master Chair. I love that. So what are people saying? Yeah, no, it's all good, man. I knew what you meant. What's going on here? I've seen multiple people saying that, like, Master Chief is on PlayStation's home screen. Did I miss something? What's going on? I booted up my PlayStation earlier, but maybe I missed it or it didn't update yet. Master Chair. Is it Fortnite? I mean, it has to be, right? right? It's a collaboration with Ubisoft and Halo. The promotion is front and center for Rainbow Six. Oh, okay. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny, though. There is something so interesting about booting up a PS5 and just seeing first thing on your screen, Chief, sorry. Master Chair. Juan Shanks, a member for 4 months, he says, going all digital with no backwards compatibility next generation will be a huge turnoff. Probably convert to PC Master Race. Well, I mean, there's no chance, dude. Juan, there's no chance that Sony doesn't have backwards compatibility next generation with the PlayStation 6. There's no chance. They will. Because if they didn't, I could totally understand why everybody would be like, you know what? I'm done. They can't do that. With the PlayStation 6, you're going to bring your PS4 games and your PS5 games forward. 100%. I would be flabbergasted if they didn't. All right, so we're going to move on to another topic here, guys. And this is an interesting one. This topic talks about Capcom. And Capcom was recently asked directly, what would you do if Microsoft made an offer to acquire you? And their answer was very straightforward. So, reading from WCCF Tech, Capcom President and Chief Operating Officer. Okay, here we go. Haruhiro. See, I didn't say that right. I don't know how to say his name, man. Haruhiro Sugimoto. I think that's how you say his name. Man, where's Gaming Survivor with the pronunciation debuff -10? But yeah, I think that's his name. That's the president of Capcom. He was interviewed during Tokyo Game Show 2023, and he was speaking to Bloomberg, and he was asked about a potential Microsoft acquisition offer, and he said word for word, quote, I would gracefully decline the offer because I believe it would be better if we were equal partners, end quote. And this is pretty, I mean, this is good news, frankly. Now, when I said in my title, Capcom remaining on PlayStation, I honestly, it's really all I could fit in my title. If I tried to put anything else like Capcom rejects Microsoft acquisition offer, it wouldn't fit. So it would get cut off. But what this means is that Capcom is going to remain multi-platform. Okay. Sony's not going to acquire them. I think it's safe to say that if they're, well, I don't know, maybe there is a little bit more room for conversation here. Thank you, actually. I appreciate that. Maybe there's a little bit more room for further conversation here because it's like, okay, well, if Capcom says we would reject an offer from Microsoft to be acquired and they would rather be seen as equal, I automatically assume that is the exact same thing they would say to Sony if Sony ever tried to make an offer to acquire Capcom. But there is that cultural difference where, as Josh was pointing out earlier, that just a Japanese company like Capcom will never sell to an American company like Microsoft. It just wouldn't happen. But maybe there is a different approach when it comes to Sony in this case, where they are both Japanese companies. And I don't know, though. Here's the thing about Capcom. Capcom is doing very, very well. And one of the things that Capcom's president also reiterates in this interview is he says that they're not looking really to acquire anything themselves either. They just want to keep growing organically. And after reading this interview, it tells me, like, dude, this is how it should be, because this is going to produce the best results, in my opinion. Capcom is doing incredibly well, and they're doing so well because they only have to worry about themselves, and they only have themselves to rely on. So it creates this just kind of endless loop of we have to just keep getting better and continuing to do what works. And I think a lot of people would agree that Capcom for a while now has been on point, and they've been doing really well, really, really well. And I don't think anybody is anticipating that that's going to stop anytime soon. So when they come out and they make it clear, like, yeah, we would reject an offer from Microsoft, it's reassuring. It's reassuring because it does reveal that not every publisher is for sale. And the same again goes for Sony. And one of the things that I think PlayStation players have to worry about, no matter what, and Josh is saying the legal hoops just aren't not worth going through. Yeah, I imagine that's probably a nightmare. One of the things that PlayStation fans do have to worry about now more than ever is losing games straight up to, Microsoft. Games that would have been multi-platform or were multi-platform and eventually just losing them entirely. That is that is how far this has escalated when it comes to the industry and what Microsoft is doing. And so at the very least, I don't know that anybody was necessarily preparing to lose Capcom or find out that Capcom games were no longer going to be shipping on PlayStation, but it is at least good to know that where they stand. They like their independence, they like to grow organically, they're doing well, and that's how they're going to remain. So I think it's nice. It's kind of like a breath of fresh air, so to speak, where there's just so much talk about who's going to buy who's next, and to just see a successful, established publisher that ships everywhere, now even on iPhone, right? Which, by the way, Resident Evil 4 Remake on iPhone is going to cost $60. They're selling it at full price. It's reassuring. It's good to know. And I'm happy. I'm happy to hear that from Capcom, and I hope that's what we continue to hear from other publishers going forward, because I don't know, man. I still do have my concerns about what happens to this industry when more big, successful publishers get acquired by a bigger platform holder or a bigger entity. It's concerning, right? So there's your update on Capcom. I figured I would let you guys know about that. If you had any concern at all that Capcom would jump on at a Microsoft offer, apparently, as long as their current CEO is in charge, that's not something they're going to do. MBG, did you see the Embracer? Did you see Embracer's exploring divestiture? Yeah, I did see that, and I'm not surprised. I'm not. Embracer Group is a telltale sign of what will likely happen to this industry if it consolidates too quickly. Heads will roll, things will be closed and studios will be shut. People will lose jobs. It's just, I'm not saying that wouldn't happen either way. It still could. But when you have companies kind of racing to the top, so to speak, where it's like, we all got it, like, who's going to get the most, the quickest, and become the most powerful? I mean, it creates such a volatile state in any industry that, yeah, there's going to be some collateral damage, unfortunately. And in the case of Embracer Group, that's absolutely what happened. A lot of collateral damage. And we're still seeing them try to figure it out. I just saw that Crystal Dynamics suffered some kind of layoffs, even though they promised that wouldn't happen. It happened anyway. And I think, if anything, Embracer Group should help kind of sober people up a little bit and make people realize that these things are not as simple as the conversations you see people having online would have you believe. There's a lot more to it. There's a lot more weight behind it. And when people talk about potential ramifications, negative implications, things that could go wrong, there's a reason for that. It turns out it's not just all fear mongering. Some of it is, but it's not all just fear mongering. A lot of it really is like, look, man, this is happening right now. Like, we're literally watching it happen. So if anything, it should just serve as a warning, I think, for not only these companies and these developers and these publishers, but also to the gamer as well, to realize that it's not all always going to work out. It's not all always going to work out. And you buy too much too fast, you're in over your head, and then everybody suffers. That's the thing is, I view Embracer Group as like a ship, right? Where they were like, we got to get everybody on board this ship. And they like reached max capacity a while ago. Like they have way too many people on this ship, and it's very clearly beginning to sink. And now they got to just, okay, we got to offload you. Sorry, we're in the middle of the ocean, but we can't let the whole ship go down. You got to go. And it was just totally avoidable, where it's like you could have just not brought them on. That's all you could have done. And they would have had a better chance at survival. They may still not have survived, but they would have had a better chance. And that's, I think it's just a cautionary tale. A ship called USS Acquisition. Yeah, that's Embracer Group ship. It is unfortunate though, man. Hopefully, the best thing we can hope for is that other publishers and platform holders are looking at Embracer Group and taking notes and learning from their mistake. Truthfully, that's the most we could hope for. Let's see here. What else do we have? All right, so I have some new information for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, the middle chapter of the ambitious Final Fantasy VII Remake project, arrives in just a few short months. Square Enix has provided more info about the game's world. We know Final Fantasy VII Rebirth will feature a much larger, more open world than Final Fantasy VII Remake, and Square Enix has detailed some of the regions you'll be exploring, including Grasslands, Junon, and Gold Saucer. I don't know if I'm probably going to mispronounce a bunch of things here, but Grasslands, a vast, verdant expanse of land rich with Mako. These plains are dotted with smaller outposts and planetary fonts waiting to be discovered. Adventure lies beyond the swamplands, but you'll need to rent a chocobo from the local ranch if you want to cross. Under Junon, former capital of the Eponymous Republic. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. This once bustling port town fell into decline after its destruction at the hands of Shinra. All that remains now is a desolate fishing village where the displaced citizens have taken refuge. Junon, previously a beacon of hope and economic prosperity, the former capital of the Republic, now slumbers beneath the waves. After its takeover, Shinra repurposed the city into its second largest outpost, a fortified stronghold replete with an underwater reactor, and then Gold Saucer, a gilded paradise constructed over a coral desert. This Shinra-owned facility uses copious amounts of Mako to power its state-of-the-art attractions. The park draws in tourists from around the world and keeps them entertained from dawn to dusk to dawn again. It continues here by saying, additionally, Square Enix has detailed some of the mechanics and common points of interest you'll encounter while exploring Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Of course, these include mini-games, including a full collectible card game, Queen's Blood, and the ability to play the piano. You can get the details here, which I'll read to you. Chocobo ranches. Each region boasts ranches where you can exchange golden plumes. Is it plumes? I think plumes for new Chocobo gear. Customize your bird's ensemble to create a steed that's all your own. Item transmuter. Collect the materials outlined in transmutation formulae to create items. Transmuting items will improve your craftsmanship and unlock new formulae with which you can obtain rare items. Odd jobs. Cloud works as a mercenary, taking on odd jobs from a variety of people in need wherever he goes. Remnawave Towers. Activating the Old Republic's Remnawave Towers in each region will open up new research opportunities. My God, there's a lot here. Combat assignments. Seek out rare fiends in their natural habitats and gather intel on special assignments to unlock new challenges in Chadley's combat simulator. Oh, Chadley's going to be there again. Cool. Excavation sites. When a chocobo smells treasure, a question mark will appear above its head. Following the scent might lead you to unearth a valuable item or new transmuter formula. Chocobo stops. Repair fallen chocobo stop signs to transform them into fast travel spots. If you see a stray chocobo chick, be sure to follow it. Not only will it lead you to one of these stops, but it will reward you with a golden plume once the repair work is complete. World Intel. Help Chadley deepen his understanding of this world by completing research requests in each region. Gathering intel will unlock new locations to explore, expanding your horizons. Chadley will also develop new materia based on the data you have collected. And then finally, fast travel. Fast travel allows you to jump instantly to previously visited towns, chocobo stops, and other locations. So, oh my God, there's still more. Sorry, I thought that was the last one. Mini games. God, this game has a ton of content, dude. Not only stories and battles, but all kinds of unique elements of fun await players. Enjoy the numerous mini games available across the game's world. Piano performance. After obtaining a piece of sheet music, head to a piano and try your hand at performing. These pieces feature music from the game, with some proving to be quite the challenge. If you would rather improvise, however, you can perform original music in the free play mode. Queen's Blood. Queen's Blood is a strategic card game that has skyrocketed to popularity. Players take turns placing cards on the board in an attempt to overpower their opponent by accumulating power in each lane. Collect cards and utilize their abilities to claim the crown as QB royalty. And then Moogle Mischief, a minigame to bring mischievous Moogle kids back to their mug stools. So, goddamn, that is a lot of content that you'll be experiencing in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. You're saying that tells us nothing. 10 minutes of gameplay on IGN. Maybe. Yeah, that's a lot of stuff, dude. And super chat from Unintended Studios. Thank you, buddy. You're saying spend 15 to 20 minutes on Duolingo and you'll learn the pronunciation. Japanese is straightforward. Please give us who speak some peace of mind. Duolingo. Nah, man, I don't know. I think I just got to keep absolutely decimating and butchering these Japanese names because I think it's just part of the channel now. It's part of who I am, man. To celebrate The Last of Us Day, enjoy this special concert from Joel actor Troy Baker. Seattle concert performed and recorded in 2022. That's, man, it really does seem like Naughty Dog is willing to give us anything and everything. Except updates on the new games. I know they said they won't, so nothing we can do. Let me double check here, make sure there's no breaking news of any kind. Apparently, Red Dead Redemption 2 has been rated or something for the Nintendo Switch, which is crazy. Maybe it'll be coming to PS5. And I think that's it, guys. I think those are all the topics we have today. Payday. This one's interesting. Payday 3's launch has gone so badly that Starbreeze says it's now looking at the possibility of some sort of offline mode. Yeah, I've been seeing that pop up. Apparently, this game, Payday 3, is like a complete disaster. It's an online-only game, and the servers are just broken. So it's just effectively made it so you can't play the game. Something I just came across here on the PlayStation blog Resident Evil 4 VR mode, PlayStation VR 2 hands-on report. When did this come out? Today, actually. Resident Evil 4 VR mode invites players to dive into the world of RE4 and directly step into Leon's shoes to take on grueling survival missions in the ultimate immersive experience. Offered as a free DLC for the PlayStation 5 version of the game and releasing this winter, this will allow you to experience Leon's full story campaign in VR. At last week's Tokyo Game Show, we slipped on a PSVR 2 headset, donned our Sense controllers, and plunged into the dark heart of survival horror. So I'm actually curious to read about this, guys. It says the demo kicked off at the game's beginning where players first take control of Leon, although, why did I say it like that? Although we've played this section many times before in the regular non-VR mode, the first-person view adds to the intensity of those early minutes, evoking more dread as we look around our forest surroundings. The oppressive darkness is so vivid on the PSVR 2 headset's 4K display. We're hesitant to take our first steps to investigate the cow carcasses on the road. So realistic do they look. The PlayStation VR 2 Sense controller is a major highlight for this VR mode. The controller allows the players to wield and control Leon's iconic knife and various arsenals by actually swinging their hands around. Oh, wow. Yeah, so it says here, the thrill of parrying an enemy attack with the knife. You can equip the knife by placing either of your hands close to the left side of your chest and pressing the controller's L1 or R1 button. Then you deliver an attack by swinging the hand holding the knife. If you press the controller's L2 or R2 button while holding it, you can switch to a reverse grip. That's interesting. By timing your knife swing to certain enemy attacks, you can execute a parry. Because the size of the enemies you face in VR are so realistic and overwhelming, parrying head-on with a knife feels like an impossible task at the beginning. But if you overcome your fear and take on the challenge, you'll find the move to be surprisingly easy to pull off. Once an enemy becomes disoriented, you can follow up with a melee attack by pressing the X button. It's fun how a predicament can be instantly turned to your advantage if you pay attention to the enemy's attacks and make sure to match your knife's trajectory to that attack. It's easier to execute a successful parry. Once you get the hang of it, the maneuver becomes quite addicting. Interesting. And they're showing some screenshots here. They look pretty good. Reloading evolves into a truly immersive experience with VR. Handguns are equipped on the right side of the player's waist and can be held by bringing either hand close to the waist and pressing the L1 or R1 button. You can fire the handgun by aiming with the controller and pressing the L2 or R2 button to reload. You'll first need to eject the magazine by pressing the circle or triangle button. Next, by using your hand that's not holding the gun, you can pull out a spare magazine from your left hip and insert the magazine by moving it close to the handgun. Then with the same hand, you grasp the slide on top of the handgun and cock it to complete the reload. It's a reloading method that'll be familiar to players who played RE Village's VR mode on PS5. What was once a cool preset animation on a flat screen brings additional tension. So yeah, I can actually speak to that. The manual reloading in RE8 was actually very intense. I didn't get that far in the game, but it definitely was. It actually wasn't easy, man. You have to really get used to it and familiar with the movements. And so it's cool that they're bringing that in here. I really wonder how difficult this is going to be. Because Resident Evil 4 Remake is fresh in my mind. It says here, as the TGS demo previewed the game's opening sections only, enemy attacks weren't too daunting, but the fresh experience of tracking familiar haunts in a new way meant I'm already excited to see how the later scenarios feel and play. RE4 VR mode may be the perfect way to revisit this remade classic when it launches. It says later this year. So I'm thinking maybe December or something is when it's going to launch, because they're saying winter. But yeah, that's kind of how I'm viewing Resident Evil 4 VR. An excuse to kind of go back and replay it again in a completely different way. But yeah, that was just a random topic that I came across. I didn't necessarily have that planned. But now what I'm going to do, because we don't normally finish all of our topics so early, I think that today is very much a quieter day in the gaming industry right now. Not a whole lot of buzz, not a whole lot going on. What I would like to do is maybe just dedicate the last couple of minutes or so of this stream to kind of just talking to the chat, talking about anything. You guys, if you have any questions or anything in particular you want to talk about, you let me know while I hydrate here. By the way, Devil Shooter, are you here at all? I don't think he's here right now. I'll have to get in contact with him when he does the timestamps. The Spider-Man 2 ad topic, I did talk about that already. There's just not too much to say about it. It's a 30-second ad. It's really nice looking. Really nice looking ad. How are the cats doing? They're doing good. They're both sleeping right now. They're like completely knocked out. Bulking or cutting this winter? Probably cutting more than anything. Not aggressively, but I am looking. I keep saying I want to lose some body fat percentage. Like I want to lower my body fat percentage. Not a lot, just a little bit, because I have too much body fat. I'm a believer in having some body fat. I think it's good for you. But I definitely have crossed that threshold where I have more than I would like, and I would like to remove some of it. So that's going to be my goal. But the thing that always ruins it is my diet. You know what's really tough for me? I can have a good diet all day. I can fast in the morning, no breakfast, have a really healthy lunch, really healthy dinner. But at nighttime, dude, like the last couple hours before I go to bed, my willpower is just gone and my cravings are there, and I always I cave, man. That's what makes it tough, and I know that's why I can't lower my body fat percentage to where I want it to get, because I keep falling for those late night snacks, man. Sometimes it just turns into a straight up late night meal. Eat healthy snacks, I know, man, but I'm addicted to, like, I don't know. You know what I've been eating these like Eclair like ice cream bars, and they're just killer, dude. They're absolute killer. I gotta get away. It's gonna be my birthday, by the way, in a couple days, so that's probably gonna. Let me see. My birthday is actually this Saturday, so my diet's gonna just go out the window this week, I think. So late night snacks are essential to mass building. Yeah. Eat McDonald's every day and bulk up. I don't think dirty bulking is good for you, man. I don't. I think it's good to have some cheat meals, and I think that's kind of what happens to me is I have like a cheat meal almost, or not always a meal, but a cheat meal almost like every night, which is problematic. At that point, it's not really a cheat meal. Saying happy early birthday. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Yeah, dirty bulking is going to catch up with you. I've never done like a straight dirty bulk, like because for those who don't know what a dirty bulk is, basically what it means is if you're trying to bulk up and gain muscle mass, because in order to build pounds of muscle, it requires a ton of calories. I think it's like 3,500 calories, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe my number's off, but I think it's like 3,500 calories to build 1 pound of muscle. And so, when you're training hard, the idea is you want to make sure you're getting more than enough calories in your body so your body can properly build that muscle. Because if you don't get enough calories, regardless of if you're getting enough protein, if you're not getting enough calories, your body's not going to build that as much muscle. So what people do is they kind of go off the deep end and they do a dirty bulk where it's like, eat everything and anything. Just if it has calories, eat it. And obviously when you do a dirty bulk, yeah, you'll gain muscle, but you're probably going to gain more fat than you would like. And I think it's been proven by now that you can do a clean bulk and it can be just as effective where you mitigate how much body fat you gain. But it can be a lot less fun, obviously. Hey, ABG just got to 99.3K subs, trending in the right direction. That is great, but I promise you it'll probably go back to 99.2 at some point. Yeah, that's so bad. I've seen that guy. His name's Sam Sulek. Ramen, rice, and donuts. That's so bad, man. That's so abusive to your body. Especially when, I mean, he's obviously on a lot of gear. A lot of gear. It's not, why do people do that to themselves? Why? Why destroy your body like that? In the name of what? You know? Juicing yourself to the max, and then on top of that, just destroying your arteries, destroying your organs. Why? You're saying you hope Resident Evil 4 VR has trophy support. Village did not. Well, I will say if you're saying, because I guess I didn't pay attention to this, if you're saying Resident Evil 8 doesn't, I wouldn't expect it. I wouldn't expect it. I wouldn't anticipate that it will. They'll probably follow the same path this time. You're saying fitness is more unhealthy than healthy because of gear, LOL. Yeah, I mean, I'll never understand the fixation. I understand some parts of it, like people who are influencers, right? People who have like YouTube channels or Instagrams, or it's just like they make a career out of being a fitness person, an influencer. There's like this added pressure to these people, like from a psychological level, where they feel this pressure. They have to maintain their body no matter what, even if it's not realistic. And that's the thing, is these people are more encouraged than the average person to be on some kind of gear of any kind. You know, some much worse than others, some very little, but something nonetheless. And just to give them that little edge that they might need and to help them on their way. And I'm not necessarily judgmental of that. I just don't believe in it. That's all. Like I don't judge people. It's hard not to judge people who are like abuse themselves, clearly, because it's like, what are you doing, man? Like, that's not good. Stop. But people who do it, and they do it, like, I guess you could say responsibly, I'm not judgmental in that way. I think it's just a personal choice. And for me personally, I just don't believe in it. I don't know. I could just never bring myself to, I just don't like the idea of taking something that has been so artificially manufactured and relying on that to produce certain results in my physical body, where it's like, I don't know, man. It just seems too unnatural, frankly. Not to say that I don't partake in things that are unnatural. I do. Everybody does. I mean, like, you eat man-made foods, you eat processed foods and stuff. But I think they're on a different level. Maybe not sometimes, though. Maybe not. I mean, you talk about eating something like ramen. That the packet. I mean, ramen is basically plastic. It's like if you ever tried eating ramen noodles plain, like, you're not gonna want to eat them. That packet, the flavoring packet, it's just straight chemicals, man. Like, that's what it is. It's just chemicals. It's so toxic for your body. It's scary, but it's just totally okay, and it is really fucking good, dude. Ramen is concerningly good tasting. I don't like it. Like, I don't like how good ramen tastes. Something is very off. Did you know that a lot of food sold in grocery stores is actually banned in other countries? Yeah, I saw a video on that. That's really concerning to me. In the US, there are just so many foods with ingredients in them that have been deemed just legitimately toxic, like just not suitable for human consumption. They've been banned in other countries. Meanwhile, in the US, they're like, yeah, go ahead. If you want it, go for it. I mean, you do have to at least acknowledge that, like, it's not in everything. Like, we do have a choice. And I do appreciate that about living in the United States, is that, like, I've always kind of come down to, there are just as many health food stores selling the healthiest stuff you could find as there are, maybe not as many, but they're there. They're more prevalent than ever. But you don't have to make that choice to go into a regular grocery store and buy the worst stuff. I will say though, there is something concerning about just the acceptance of, oh, this is a chemical and an additive we're going to put in this food, and it's definitely very harmful. Like, there's no doubt about it. It's not good for the human body, but we're just going to do it anyway, and everybody's okay with it. And the answer, well, you don't have to buy it. You know what's crazy to me is, like, these food manufacturers, these companies, they actually have like dedicated teams where it's about constructing different like concoctions chemically of like flavoring to make it more addicting, to literally make it more addicting. So you just want to keep eating it and you want to keep coming back to it. And that is concerning to me. Brenna, you're saying, oh my God, dude, I am a food scientist. Are you really? Is that, what exactly does a food scientist do? That's interesting to me. Is it that? Is it exactly what I just described? You're the problem. I'm just kidding. I don't know. 100 pounds. Oh, a chef. Oh, there you go. A food scientist. Of course, it's a chef. Cholesterol is one of the worst things you can put in your body, and everyone keeps doing it. I don't know. Maybe we're entering controversial territory. I don't think that's true, NVC. Let me tell you why. Cholesterol itself is actually produced in the human body. Your body produces a lot of cholesterol every single day on its own. In fact, your body produces so much cholesterol that you don't really have to worry about the cholesterol you're consuming in your food. Do you know why? Because the amount of cholesterol you're consuming in your food is way less than what your body's already producing. Here's the thing though. The human body, because it produces cholesterol, it's not inherently bad for you. It's what are you putting in your body on top of that cholesterol? That is where you have to be concerned. So, for example, if you eat organic eggs, that's good for you. Like, that cholesterol in those eggs is actually good for you. In fact, eating organic eggs is one of the healthiest things you can put in your body. I mean, just from a nutritional standpoint, that entire package, just an egg, you're golden. But the question is, what else are you eating with those eggs? Are you eating toast? Is that toast just white bread? Are you drinking orange juice? Are you consuming a bunch of carbohydrates and a bunch of sugar, essentially, or what your body will convert into sugar with that cholesterol? Because you know what happens, and I'm about to get pretty deep into this here, but maybe this will help you guys out. What happens is when you eat something that's high in cholesterol and you combine it with sugar, it creates arterial scarring. And what your body does when your arteries get scarred, these little tiny scrapes and cuts that all throughout your arterial walls, your body sends a signal, we got to go fix that. We got to go repair it. It'll heal the inside of that artery almost the same way it would try to heal a scrape on the outside of your body. And it produces plaque. It sends these things there to kind of heal that, right? And plug it all up. But what happens is the more your arteries get scarred over the years of consuming high fats, like saturated fats, like saturated fat is the devil, saturated fat is bad. No, it's not. It's actually very good for you. What's very bad for you is the sugar. You combining sugar with saturated fat, you're asking for arterial scarring. You will eventually get artery disease. And when you scar your arteries enough over the period of 10, 20, 30 years of eating this way, you build up a ton of plaque in your arteries. And that is what leads to heart attacks and strokes, because that plaque eventually breaks off. And the plaque is caused by the scarring. A lot of people don't know this, And you listen to traditional medicine and they say, oh, don't eat saturated fat. Don't eat, cholesterol is the enemy. It's like, but they're totally fine. Eat your toast, eat your pastas, eat your breads, eat all your oats, your carbs, even grains, even healthy grains. Your body converts those grains. And this is tough because, man, I eat carbohydrates. I can't stop myself a lot of times. Your body converts those grains into sugar, into glucose. That's what your body does. Granted, they do it over, if you're eating fibrous grains, it takes longer. But it's really interesting stuff, man. And it's stuff that a lot of people don't actually know. And they're eating in a way that is actually hurting their body more than they realize. Like it's like a person, it's like we've been convinced, like, if I don't drink regular Coke, but I drink Diet Coke, I'm healthy. Like, no, you're not. It's just as bad, if not worse in some cases. You're just trading in sugar for harmful chemicals that'll just fuck your body up in a completely different way. The key to getting complex carbs, more fiber, as it takes longer to consume. Yeah, that's why when you're talking about eating a truly healthy diet, I mean, I know there's people who don't eat meat, but for people who do eat meat, eat, healthy, organic, grass-fed meat if you can afford it. It can be pricey. Eat that. Eat vegetables, organic vegetables, mainly, what they say, like leafy greens and stuff. I mean, you hear it all the time, and a lot of people don't like eating this way because it's like, it's hard. It is. It's hard. It's hard to avoid sugar, truthfully, more than anything. I've talked to you guys before about how one of the worst things you can do, you want to talk about saturated fats, you want to talk about cholesterol. In nature, sugar and fats don't combine. There isn't a food in nature that you can eat that grows from the ground or comes from an animal. You eat an animal. There's the sugars and the fats, they don't combine. That's man-made. That's anytime something is combining fats and sugars, like seed oils and sugar, that's man-made. And that is a recipe for heart disease and diabetes. It is. It's crazy shit, dude. It is. It's really crazy to me because you just grow up, at least in the United States, you grow up, all of this shit is normalized. It is. All of it's just totally normalized. Like, yeah, just basically eat the worst fucking diet that will kill your body over years and destroy your health. No problem. You'll worry about it when you're 40. And it's easy because, I'm in my 20s. Yeah, I'll worry about it when you're in your 40s. You'll be in your 40s. You'll be in your 50s. And you're going to think, man, I don't want to die yet. I would like to live longer. Should have taken better care of my body. But what makes it really sad is that a lot of people don't even know. It's one thing if you know that you're doing some damage to your body, and maybe some people just like, okay, we're not perfect. We all do a little bit of harm to ourselves at times. But what makes me sad is that just so many people don't know. I'm not a doctor, by the way. I feel like I should give that disclaimer. I'm not a doctor. Never take any advice without... See, that's always so weird to me. It's like they say never take any advice without consulting with your doctor first. And it's like you could get the best advice in the world that could change your life. And then you go to a doctor and they're like, yeah, don't do that. It's like, what are MBG's favorite veggies? I really like green beans. I think green beans are probably my favorite. I like peas. I like broccoli. Broccoli can be tough though. Broccoli doesn't always sit well with me. I like corn. I know corn's a vegetable. I love corn. Corn's not really the best thing for you in terms of the vegetables you can eat. Carrots are okay. Not, it's sad for me because I struggle with vegetables, man. Yeah, corn is, it's more of a starch. I love corn though. Saying, but really, thanks, MBG. Oh, you're welcome, man. Brussels sprouts. Asparagus is good, actually. Yeah. Brussels sprouts, not a fan. I like spinach. I can't have too much of it. There's too much oxalate in spinach, and for me, it produces kidney stones. Yeah, not a fun time. In fact, I've had like such a bad experience eating too much spinach that I'm like, I don't want to eat any more spinach. Avocado, yeah. You gotta worry about the oils you're using too, guys. By the way, you have to think about the oils. You got to try to stop using seed oils. How many people here they buy vegetable oil and they consume vegetable oil thinking it's healthy because it's vegetable oil. It's from vegetables. It's healthy, right? No, man. They're seed oils. You got to try to stay away from vegetable oils like canola oil. Palm oil isn't that bad, but it's actually apparently it's bad for the environment, which is weird. You got to try to go with olive oil, avocado oil, coconut oil, and you got to make sure it's raw, extra virgin, unrefined. Sesame oil is actually, yeah, it's pretty bad. Honestly, it is. Like it's like it's okay if you have it in moderation, of course. But if you're like cooking most of your stuff in like sesame oil or like corn oil or something, like these are oils that they can be pretty rancid. That's the problem with it. Like they're considered like rancid oils. Like, check this out. This is the craziest stuff to me. If you go to a supermarket and you go to the peanut butter aisle, okay, there's so many different peanut butter brands you can choose from. And most of them are actually very, very bad for you. Because do you know what I learned? I'm about to drop some crazy ass knowledge on you that when I learned this, it blew my fucking mind. Check this out. The worst thing you can put into your body outside of like chemicals, like MSG and stuff, is trans fats. And I'm sure you guys have seen on so many food labels, zero trans fat. Like they really want you to know we don't have any trans fat in here. So it's okay to eat. What's scary is these food labels straight up are allowed to lie to you. Now you might be thinking, how can they do that? Isn't that illegal? Here's how they do it. If you were to get a jar of peanut butter and you look at that ingredient list, it'll say like hydrogenated or like partially hydrogenated like canola oil or something. That is a trans fat. Okay, a trans fat is essentially an altered fat. As far as I'm aware, it's basically a fat that it remains as a solid, essentially, at room temperature. That's what a trans fat is. And when it's in your body, it has trouble breaking down, and it's very, very, very bad for your arteries. Like trans fats will kill you, straight up. And what's crazy is they can say zero trans fat because what they do is if they make the serving size small enough where the only amount of trans fat you're getting is 0.4999, they're allowed to round it down to zero. And they're allowed to do that because they make the serving size so small. But in reality, you are consuming trans fats. So my recommendation to you, just, not as a doctor, not as a health professional, but just as a video game content creator here, my recommendation to you is to find a peanut butter and look at this stuff, look at your food labels. Don't ever buy anything that says hydrogenated or partially hydrogenated. Try to avoid that because that is just, you're getting trans fats. Okay. When you buy peanut butter, you want to find a peanut butter that just says peanuts, maybe salt, and maybe sugar, right? Like low sugar, obviously, just maybe a gram or two of sugar. That's it. That's all peanut butter should have in it. You have to mix it. You have to stir it. It's less convenient because the oil rises to the top, but you're not getting trans fats and your body will thank you for that. And that to me is what scares me about all this shit is that like, how are they allowed to lie about that? How are they allowed to get around that? Where it's like, damn, dude, if we just make it 0.4999, we can round it down to 0 and we can say 0 trans fats. Technically, we're not lying. Shit's shady as fuck, man. Scary stuff. You're saying in the EU that is legit illegal to do. I believe it. See, this is the problem. These are problems that exist in the United States that like they really shouldn't. Like there should just be no trans fats. And when you think about, well, why would they put trans fats in something like peanut butter? Because I'm so focused on peanut butter. Trust me, trans fats are everywhere. But it's for the convenience factor, dude. Easy stir. Do you ever wonder why when you open your peanut butter jar, like there's no actual oil anywhere? It's just perfectly mixed. That's not how peanut butter actually is naturally. Anybody who's ever eaten natural peanut butter, you'll know it actually dries out at the bottom and the oil rises to the top and you have to mix it in. And that's how it naturally is. Saying MBG, it's the same with decaf coffee. Technically, decaf just has below a certain threshold. I never knew that, but I totally believe it. You're saying it still has a little bit of caffeine. All right, one last thing here. There's one last thing I want to say talking about oils. Do you know the absolute worst oil? The absolute worst oil that is hidden in so many things. Rapeseed oil. The reason why rapeseed oil is because you naturally going to ask the question, well, if they're putting it in everything, what's the reason? The reason is it's cheap. It's super cheap. It's in abundance, but more importantly, when they essentially when they produce this oil and they go to put it in foods, I forget what the process of it is called, but they process it essentially. I think there's a specific name for it. They process this oil and they remove everything from it, so it's just a nothing oil. Like everything that makes that oil bad is still there, but it has no flavor. Has no smell, has no taste. It's nothing. It's just bland. And that's why they use it, because they can do that easily, more efficiently. They can process it very easily and just make it into a nothing oil so they can add it to anything and you would never know. But all of the negative like ramifications that you can eventually experience from consuming rapeseed oil is there. And it's not a healthy oil for you. It's actually very bad for you. What did I come back to, MBG? Health food talk. We're talking about food, man. Trying to talk about... It's tough, man. Green tea gang. Yeah, dude. Green tea. Green tea is good for you. It's hard, though, dude. Like, it's easy for me to talk about all this stuff, but, dude, I'm far from perfect, man. Like, my diet needs major improvement. It does. And I feel like sometimes I'm addicted to certain foods, man. I feel like I'm addicted to sugar. You know, when I go long enough, I get serious cravings, and that's scary shit. It is. Don't get rapeseed oil on your controllers. Venino, sorry, man. I missed your super chat here. You're saying MBG thoughts on Microsoft having a crazy show with ABK2. My thoughts on that are... goddamn, like they're going to have a crazy show. You're right. Microsoft's next show, they're probably going to have ABK. That's going to be a wild ride, man. I'm actually kind of excited to see how they handle it. BG's making me want to order pizza now. Jay Shako, not actual medical advice. No, definitely not. Definitely not. Yeah. I saw somebody say that their coconut oil is solid at room temperature. You know, I noticed that too with coconut oil. It fluctuates. Coconut oil seems to almost linger in the space where it's half solid, half not. Like it's kind of just mushy. But if you put coconut oil in in a relatively warm environment, it'll become a liquid quick. But raw extra virgin coconut oil is one of the best things you can. WD-40, dude. This guy saying WD-40 is good for you guys. Oh my god, no, man. No. You will die. Coconut oil is saturated fat. It is, but that's the thing, man. Is like there are so many different properties within unrefined coconut, extra virgin unrefined coconut oil that make it so good for you. It's very, very healthy for you. Olive oil is probably the best though. Truthfully, out of everything, like find a really, really high quality extra virgin organic olive oil. That is the best olive oil you can consume. Technically, crude oil is organic, right? Sunflower oil is good, I think. I could be wrong. I would recommend researching it a little bit. I could have swore that basically there's like different, if you get deeper into it, there's like omega-3s, omega-6s, omega-9s. Basically any oil that falls in the omega-6 category is inflammatory and not good. And the inflammatory response is, again, when you couple that with sugar and carbohydrates, it creates an even bigger inflammatory response in your body. It's complex shit, dude, but it's all around us. High fructose corn syrup, yeah, obviously not good for you. Coconut water is good for you, yeah. MBG's preaching my stuff. Where's Exley? Exley, I think, left and is missing this conversation right now. How does MBG have the time to learn all this? I mean, it's just stuff I've been kind of learning about over the years, coming across stuff. Isn't omega-3 anti-inflammatory? Yes. Omega-3 oil is very good for you. Omega-3 is anti-inflammatory. That's why they always say take fish oil, eat fish, and take fish oil capsules, because as long as you're getting a high quality fish oil, that's pure omega-3 and it is anti-inflammatory. It's very good for you. The problem with the American diet, yeah, kefir's great too. I've been drinking kefir. Very good for your gut. The problem with the American diet is it's so inflammatory. It's insane. It just straight up leads to diseases. It does. It just, this is why so many people have heart attacks. This is why so many people have heart disease. This is why so many people have diabetes. You love Kiefer Sutherland. I love Kiefer Sutherland too. He's a great actor. You're saying omega-3 has made your hair color come back to its natural color. Yeah, I have like something I've been experiencing recently is a really bad issue with my left knee. I don't know if it's arthritis or something, but it's just in my left knee. It definitely gets way worse when it rains, which I've noticed. And if I put pressure on it, I get this intense pain that is only relieved when I relieve the pressure. And I notice when I'm trying to work out and exercise, I'm like struggling to do any type of squat or anything. And it actually gets to a point where I have to put almost all my weight on my right leg. And it's been happening more like I've had this pain before and it's went away on its own. And now it seemingly like came back with a vengeance. And I'm trying to figure out what that's about. I've been taking fish oil. I think it's been helping a little bit, but yeah, definitely feel like I'm getting old now. I don't know how I could get, it's weird to have an issue with my knee though. Cause like I've never injured it, I've never injured it. I've never had some kind of trauma to it or experienced any trauma. Try some acupuncture. Ooh, that sounds that sounds intense. I've never had that done. I don't know if I could, man. Needles, freaks me out. Saying knee pain could come from your feet, your bottom back part. Yeah, I heard that too. Actually says, MBG, you are not old. I'm about to turn 30 in a couple days, man. I feel like old Snake. I feel old. Could have worn the cartilage down. Yeah, so it's been raining like for the past 4 days and my knee pain has not went away. I'm really curious to see when the weather improves and it gets really nice out, if I notice if there's any kind of correlation where suddenly my knee's feeling better. Because I'm pretty sure, isn't there like a direct correlation between like arthritis and the weather? I'm arthritic. I got an arthritic knee. If you rest and eat collagen, it will get better. I've heard collagen's really good for your joints and stuff. Ray, you're saying you're going to be 43 this year? And I can tell you that when it's going to rain, it's the pressure in the air. Yeah, what do they call it? The barometric pressure, I think. My knees hurt because I jump up and down when I get a platinum trophy. Damn, man, how'd you know? How'd you know? Jake, you're saying I'm about 3 years older than you? Interesting. Yeah, what's interesting to me is how there's so many different age brackets in the community here. Am I bald? I mean, I'm not naturally bald. I think I don't know that maybe I'm balding. Yeah. Male pattern baldness. I just shaved my head. I embraced the bald look a while ago. I just haven't removed my hat because it's supposed to be for a special occasion. Could be cartilage wear due to repetitive motion. I believe that, yeah. Stop playing video games and work out, bro. I don't know about you guys. I feel like I get better workouts early in the morning, especially when I'm fasted. I feel like I get my best workouts in at that time. I feel like the longer I wait, especially if I eat, and as the day goes on, I feel less and less motivated to work out, and it makes my workout feel more difficult. I don't know if I'm alone in that. Say you always work out around 11 p.m. Jack, you're saying going bald is every man's nightmare. You know, I don't know. I mean, maybe. I think every man who starts balding, like when you first notice it, you're like, oh shit. But I kind of realized that, I don't know. I mean, I guess it depends on where you are in your life, you know? Like, I mean, I'm married, you know, I'm not out there trying to talk to women. I imagine maybe if you care about having hair, and that's a big part of, you know, your identity, I guess. Bald is economical. I love that. Being bald is economical. Hey, man, there's a reason why, you know, so many successful people are bald. There must be something to it. Ray, you're saying you were over 360 pounds, down to 174 now. But now you're at like 230. Yeah, keep working at it, man. That's good stuff. It's good stuff. Bet it's stress. Dude, it probably is. I've lived a very stressful life. I bet you it is. I think every person processes stress differently. Every person handles stress differently. Do I polish my head? No, I don't go that far. I don't polish my head. I don't know that I ever would. That would feel kind of weird. I wouldn't want my head to be that shiny. I never quite understood that. Wanted to have a mirror sheen. Wanted to make sure it has like a lens flare. That's so funny, dude. I should get a head tattoo. Oh man, I don't know about that. The internet is stressful sometimes. It is, yeah. Everything can be stressful at times. How you handle stress is everything, man. It is. Stress is good for you, depending on the source of the stress and what it's doing. Like, there's good stress and there's bad stress, essentially. Your body and your mind actually thrive under a little bit of stress. It's due to evolution, survival, but there's also bad stress, and the bad stress is so toxic it can ruin your. Saying cortisol is bad. It depends. Like if your cortisol is out of balance, yes. The cortisol's a hormone. Cortisol is catabolic, which means it causes things in your body to break down. But that's not just a bad thing, you know? It's not. It can be a good thing. Like in the morning, your cortisol levels are the highest, but they have to be because it's kind of your body's in a very it's in a state where it's ready for action. Essentially, it's ready to take action. When you get into a more anabolic state, it's more rest, digest, recover, heal. You got to find a proper balance here. Bossman Davey says, muscle is the only counter to baldness. I think you're right. I absolutely think you're right. I think there's something to that, dude. Like, I think you can be, a man can be bald and have a decent, like an okay amount of muscle, and it looks right. Like, just something about it works. But I feel like, and no offense, there's no offense to anybody, but I feel like there's just something, I don't know, maybe it feels a little bit worse if you're bald and like extremely skinny. Maybe that's just not a great combination. But you know what? Honestly, you gotta have security, man. You gotta be secure in yourself, regardless of how you look. You know? That's important. Having that self-confidence is what matters most. Because you know what? You can have any body type, almost any body type. You can have, you can look a certain way, but the reality is, man, personality is everything. It is. If you're talking about long-term, if you're talking about establishing relationships with other people, whether it be friends, intimate, whatever it might be, and you're looking for something like to stick, trust me, personality is everything. Because you could have it all, man. You could have the looks, you could have the body, but if you got the personality of a fucking dirty diaper, dude, good luck. Good fucking luck. And maybe that's where we will end it, because I just noticed we hit the 4-hour mark. This was nice though. This was nice. I was concerned about how slow the gaming news was today, and there just wasn't a whole lot going on. And I was worried, like, man, are we gonna be able to have like a normal live stream? Am I gonna have to end it early? But no, we're gonna talk about oils, we're gonna talk about balding, we're gonna talk about everything. And it's a good time, man. It's a good time. That's what bald people say. No, you know what? I think I totally understand like people who care very much about having hair. I get it, man. Having hair and wanting it to style it, and it can be a huge game changer in just how it makes you feel. 100%. No doubt about it. I think the thing is, I never really liked my hair. I've said that I never really liked my hair when I had it. It just never grew in the way I wanted it to. And it always I had all these cowlicks and stuff. And I'm like, you know what? I don't like you. I don't like you, hair. And then one day I woke up and it was like, well, you know what? I don't like you either. And then this is the result. You're saying Phil Spencer got implants? Holy shit, dude. Phil Spencer got implants. That's what Beef Jerky's saying. Dude, Jim Ryan's got some interesting looking hair, right? He's got like this kind of almost peacock thing going on, where he's got like this white hair that's like going straight up. It's definitely interesting. Richard Rodriguez says, Gangsta, what I missed? Tupac? Buy Ubisoft, Sony. You missed everything at this point, dude. If you're just now joining, you missed everything. You're saying I should stream the Foam Stars beta? I'll think about it. I was actually thinking about maybe streaming Mortal Kombat, potentially. Maybe some Mortal Kombat. But I don't know. I'm a little bit nervous about that, because I would have to worry about the fatalities and whatnot. I mean, they're pretty brutal. But Foam Stars, yeah, I don't know, man. Something to think about. Something to think about. You're saying we need an acquisition, man. I don't know. I would argue, I think we need Sony to just give us a roadmap before an acquisition. Well, guys, I think that is going to conclude today's stream. I have to really, hey, that doesn't mean chew my wires, boss. I have to really thank you guys because I do enjoy having these types of conversations sometimes. I think there are just those days where we stream where maybe there's not as much to say on the gaming front, and we talk about some other topics. You never know where it might go. Let's see an old picture with your hair. I'll think about it. Maybe I'll save that. I could save that for something. That's leverage. Actually, that's leverage right there. Oh God! Now I'm thinking, which picture would I use? Which picture would I use? Jake S215 closing it out with a another super sticker. Hey, boss, please. With a heart. I appreciate that, man. Appreciate all the love you guys show me in the channel. We're at 28 members, which is great. I think that's solid. I think it's honestly impressive how every time we stream, you guys still come out and show support. Even on days like this, where frankly, there's just a vibe. The energy, it's just a chill day. Just a chill day, not a whole lot going on. I think we still had some interesting topics to cover. And yeah, I appreciate you guys still tuning in, showing up, and everybody who donated a super chat. I appreciate that support as well. It all goes a long way. As I continue to tell you guys, if it wasn't for that direct support here, I simply wouldn't be able to do these streams as frequently as I do, and certainly not as long as I do. And it's a great time. Honestly, I do thoroughly enjoy it. So I hope you enjoyed it as well. And the last thing I will say here as you guys are heading out, please hit that like button. We're sitting at 290. I think we could definitely get to 300 likes, maybe beyond that. So big shout out to this community. Big shout out to everybody who shows their support. And I also want to give a shout out to Devil Shooter. He does the timestamps for every stream. Oh man, you're getting cat hair everywhere. Oh, it's like getting in my mouth and my nose. Come on, boss. You're driving me nuts here. Boss has just got to get one last one. All right, hold on. Let's try one before you guys out. One more time. Come on, boss. Ready? All right, I want you to speak into the mic. Speak into the mic. Get down. Get down. Come on, get down. Get down. He won't do it. He won't do it, guys. I'm trying so hard to just get him to meow. Get down. Come on, get down. I know you want to meow at me. He's not breaking, guys. He won't break. This cat's got a will, I tell you. Anyway, yeah, shout out to Devil Shooter. He does the timestamps. If you see him in the comments, give him a big thank you. And that's it, guys. I hope to have a video out for you guys tomorrow. I did put out a video yesterday. If you haven't watched it, go check that out. And hopefully we'll be back here same time, same place, Thursday with another stream. So thank you once again for joining me today. I think it was a good stream. I had fun, and I will catch you all in the next one. So take care, everyone. Boss says bye.